Section 51 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 18, Conclusion. On January 13, 1777, the Governor and Council appointed Colonel William Christian, Colonel William Preston, and Major Evan Shelby commissioners to treat with the Cherokees. On May 23rd, they reported that they had arranged terms of a treaty and that they had brought with them to Williamsburg several of the Indian chiefs and warriors. The General Assembly, then in session, directed the Governor and Council to complete the treaty thus arranged, and a meeting of the commissioners to be held at the fort on June 26, 1777. Dragging Canoe refused to attend these meetings or to make peace with the whites, but the further breaking out of hostilities was for some time prevented by that provision of the treaty which permitted James Robertson to dwell among the Indians as a commissioner. By this treaty, a new line was run between the white people of Virginia and the Cherokees, which was to the west of that run by Donaldson. It commenced at the Great Island in the Holston River, thence running a straight line to a high point on Cumberland Mountain, between 3 and 5 miles below or westward of the Great Gap, which leads to the settlement of Kentucky. Here it stopped. By this new line, the settlements in Kentucky were expected to be protected from interruption, as well as the settlers between the Holston River and Cumberland Mountain. At the Treaty of Fort Stanwix in November 1768, the Six Nations, claiming as conquerors of the Shawanese, ceded to the King of Great Britain all the country on the southerly side of the river Ohio, as far as the Cherokee or Tennessee River. At that time it was stated that this country was not claimed by the Cherokees, whose settlements were to the south. Although several adventurous persons visited the country before and after the treaty, among whom may be mentioned Dr. Thomas Walker of Virginia, and John Finley and Daniel Boone of North Carolina, it was not till 1774 that a settlement was effected west of the Kentucky River. In that year, James Harrod, from the country on the Monongahela, ascended the Kentucky River and built the first log cabin in Kentucky, upon the present site of Harrodsburg. The settlements, after the peace between the Indians and Lord Dunmore, increased rapidly, so that by May 1775 there were 300 settlers. Notwithstanding the Treaty of Fort Stanwix, the Cherokees claimed the country as their hunting ground, and on March 17, 1775, they were induced by Richard Henderson of North Carolina and the persons associated with him to formally convey their rights to them. This treaty was made at Watauga, and the territory deeded was described as all the tract or territory of lands now called by the name of Transylvania, lying on the Ohio River and the waters thereof, branches of the Mississippi, and bounded as follows. Beginning on the said Ohio River, at the mouth of the Kentucky Chenowee, or what by the English is called Louisa River, from thence running up the said river and most northwardly, fork of the same to the head spring thereof, thence a southeast course to the top ridge of Powell's Mountain, thence westwardly along the ridge of said mountain, unto a point from which a northwest course will hit or strike the head spring of the most southwardly branch of Cumberland River, thence down the said river, including all its waters, to the Ohio River, thence up the said river as it meanders to the beginning. This territory embraced much the larger part of the present state of Kentucky, and a part of the state of Tennessee, and this magnificent domain was sold by the Cherokees, or rather their doubtful rights in it, for a parcel of goods worth only a few $1,000s. It was said that Okonostoka, when the treaty had been signed, said to Daniel Boone, who had been mainly instrumental in effecting it, "Young man, we have sold you a fine territory, but I fear you will have some difficulty in getting it settled." The remark proved to be a prophecy of the treacherous policy of the Indians, which caused Kentucky to be known as the Dark and Bloody Ground. With this claim of title, Henderson and Company established a land office and commenced to dispose of the lands to settlers, reserving a half interest in ores and also an annual rental for the land. During the year 1775, a body consisting of 18 delegates styled a convention, met at Boonesboro, acknowledged the proprietorship of Henderson and Company, and proceeded to establish courts and otherwise organize a territorial government. These proceedings caused great dissatisfaction among some of the settlers, who appealed to the Virginia Convention for redress. Henderson and Company presented a counter-petition to that body, and the action taken has been noted. Many depositions were taken in pursuance of the resolution of the convention, and an effort was made to connect Governor Henry with some of the land companies, which had made purchases of the Indians. This led to the taking of his deposition, which not only fully exonerated him from any connection with these purchases, so liable to suspicion from their enormous extent and insignificant consideration, but showed that his conduct as a public man was actuated by the highest motives, and that he was not willing to occupy a position in which his private interest might conflict with his public duty. The following is his deposition. Williamsburg, June 4, 1777. The deposition of Patrick Henry, Esquire, who being first duly sworn, deposeth and saith, that early in the year 1774, as well as he remembers the Honorable William Wirt, Esquire, deceased, having said that the Cherokee Indians had offered to give him a tract of land some years ago, and falling into conversation on that subject with the deponent, he, the said William Byrd, together with the Honorable John Page, Esquire, deceased, and this deponent, agreed to send a certain Mr. Kennedy to the Cherokee Nation to see if they were willing to part with some of their land on the waters of their own rivers in Virginia, to convey the same to them and not for the state. Colonel Christian was to be a partner if the scheme succeeded. Upon Mr. Kennedy's return, he informed this deponent that he had been to Colonel Byrd's and had let him know the answer of some of the Indian chiefs, and communicated the same to this deponent, which was that they were willing to treat on the subject. Not long after this, and before any treaty was resolved on, the troubles with Great Britain seemed to threaten serious consequences, and this deponent became a member of the First Virginia Convention and a member of the First Continental Congress, upon which he determined with himself to disclaim all concern in connection with Indian purchases, for the reasons following. That is to say, he was informed shortly after his arrival at Congress of many purchases of Indian lands, shares in most or all of which were offered to this deponent, and constantly refused by him, because of the enormity and the extent to which the bounds of those purchases were carried. Another reason for this refusal was, deponent, being a member of both Congress and Convention, conceived it improper for him to be concerned as a party in any of these partnerships, on which it was probable he might decide as a judge. The deponent says he was further fixed in his determination not to be concerned in any Indian purchase whatever, on the prospect of the present war, by which the sovereignty and right of disposal in the soil of America would probably be claimed by American states. After conversing with the said William Byrd and communicating his sentiments freely on the subject, the deponent said that the scheme dropped, nor did it proceed further than is above related. The deponent further says that Mr. Henderson and his partners, very soon after their supposed purchase, joined in a letter to this deponent, in which was contained, as this deponent thinks, a distant though plain hint that he, the deponent, might be a partner with him. The deponent also says he received a great number of messages from Messrs. Henderson and Company, inviting him to be a partner, that Mr. Henderson in his own person and Mr. Allen Jones, a partner in the purchase, both applied to the deponent to join them in their scheme, but the deponent uniformly refused and plainly declared his strongest disapprobation of their whole proceedings, giving as a reason that the people of Virginia had a right to the back country, derived from their charter and the blood and treasure they expended on that account. The deponent says that he is not now, nor ever has been, concerned directly or indirectly in any Indian purchase of lands, and that he knoweth nothing of Mr. Henderson's contract. The deponent being asked whether application to the legislature or the Crown was made for leave to purchase lands of the Cherokees by the said William Wirt, or any other person in the matter aforesaid, he answereth that no such application was made that he knows of, that the only proposal to the Indians was to know if they would treat on the subject, and further saith not. Sworn to before, Joseph Prentice, R. Kellow. In the spring of 1775, there appeared among the Kentucky settlements a man of fine military appearance, of great intelligence and most attractive manners, who was destined to exert a marked influence not only upon the history of Kentucky, but upon that of the United States. This was George Rogers Clark. He was a native of Albemarle County, Virginia, where he was a neighbor and favorite of Thomas Jefferson. As a boy, he had often ridden to Chadwell Mills upon a bag of corn. Coming to manhood, he was led by his love of mathematics to take up the business of a surveyor. During Dunmore's Indian War, he commanded a company and was engaged in the only active operations of the right wing of Dunmore's forces. At the close of this war, he was offered a commission in the English service, but the political troubles, already become very serious, induced him to decline the offer. He had not been long in Kentucky before he was placed in command of the militia, and at once became the most prominent man in the settlements. He was deeply impressed with the importance of this frontier country to Virginia and to the whole Confederacy, and determined to exert himself for the formation of closer relations with the parent state. Accordingly, he called a general meeting of the settlers at Harrodsburg on June 6, 1776, with a view of appointing deputies to treat with the Virginia Convention, in order to secure certain advantages as a condition of the declaring themselves citizens of Virginia. In case these were not granted, he intended to lead in the establishment of an independent community. Being detained from the place of meeting till late in the afternoon, he found the people in ignorance of his designs, had determined to send him and Gabriel Jones as delegates to the convention, with a petition praying that the country might be formed into a new county. In a few days, Clark and Jones set out for Williamsburg, a journey of some 500 miles. Their way led through a wilderness in which they were constantly liable to be attacked by the savages, making it dangerous to kindle fires at night. The loss of one of their horses and the extreme wetness of the season brought on a most painful affliction, called by the hunters scald feet. On reaching Potatoe County, they learned that the convention had adjourned. Jones thereupon joined the forces which Colonel Christian was raising for his Cherokee expedition, while Clark determined to go to Williamsburg and attempt to procure powder for the Kentuckians, of which they stood in great need. Hearing that the governor was sick at his home, Clark visited him there. This, which was probably the first meeting of these remarkable men, was fraught with the gravest consequences to their country. Clark produced the evidences of his appointment and detailed the condition of affairs in Kentucky and the need of powder for its defense. Governor Henry fully appreciated the importance of affording the aid which was asked, and wrote a letter to the council urging that the proper order be made. With this letter, Clark visited Williamsburg and appeared before the council. He asked for 500 pounds of powder to be conveyed to Kentucky as an immediate supply, in view of the fact that the British officers north of the Ohio were inciting the Indians to war. There was at that time an abundant supply in the state, but the council hesitated about furnishing it to Clark, except as a loan. They were uncertain as to what the action of the General Assembly would be in reference to Kentucky and Henderson and Company's claim, and they would only consent to furnish the powder if Clark would become answerable for it in case the assembly disapproved of their action. They informed Clark that they could venture no further. An order was handed him upon the keeper of the magazine on this condition. This Clark returned, with a letter stating that it was out of his power to convey the stores at his own expense such a distance through an enemy's country, that he was sorry to find that the Kentuckians would have to seek protection elsewhere, which he did not doubt of their getting, adding that if a country was not worth protecting, it was not worth claiming. On reading this letter, the council realized that they had committed a great mistake, and they sent for Clark and granted all he had asked. The order in the journal is in these words, bearing date August 23, 1776. Mr. George Rogers Clark, having represented to this board the defenseless state of the inhabitants of Kentucky, and having on their behalf requested that a quantity of ammunition may be supplied them, resolved that 500 pounds of gunpowder be forthcoming sent to Pittsburgh and delivered to the commanding officer at that station, to be safely kept and delivered to Mr. Clark for the use of the inhabitants of Kentucky. And it is ordered that 500 pounds of gunpowder be delivered to said Mr. Clark by the keeper of the public magazine. This action secured Kentucky to Virginia. Had Clark's request been denied, and had he carried out his threat, there's little doubt that he would have applied for help to the Spaniards, who held the west of the Mississippi. They were seeking to establish themselves on the east bank of the river, as their subsequent conduct demonstrated, and they would, without doubt, have seized this opportunity of acquiring Kentucky. At the fall session, Clark and Jones appeared before the legislature and asked that measures be taken for the protection of Kentucky. At their instance and against the protest of Henderson and Company, the territory embraced in the present state of Kentucky was set off from the county of Fincastle. It was constituted the county of Kentucky, and a regular government was given the people. The claims of Henderson and Company were never recognized by Virginia, but as they had induced many settlers to go to Kentucky, who aided in holding the country against the Indians, and thus gave protection to the other settlements to the east, the legislature deemed it right to reimburse the company for their trouble and expense, and accordingly granted them in October 1778 200,000 acres of land at the mouth of Green River. End of section 51. Section 52 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 19, Part 1. Governor of Virginia, first term, 1776. In reading the Executive Journal for Governor Henry's term, which covers 424 large folio pages for the first year, not including the letters written, one is struck with the vast amount of mere routine work devolved upon the council. To the ordinary work of an executive were added the extraordinary labors consequent upon a state of war. In addition, the duties of an auditor's office. By far the greater part of the journal is filled with entries of claims against the state for which warrants were ordered to be issued. Against this unnecessary burden, Governor Henry sent the following protest to the next assembly, but it was not changed until the close of his administration. Williamsburg, December 6, 1776. Honorable Sir, as by the act of government it is directed that the governor, with the advice of the Privy Council, shall exercise the executive powers of government, a doubt arises whether the governor alone may issue a warrant upon the Treasury for the payment of any money on account certified by the commissioners. From experience it is found impracticable to attend to many matters of consequence to the safety of the state, if the council are not only to advise the issuing of warrants upon such certificates, but also to keep records of the same. We think it proper to acquaint the General Assembly with these our sentiments, and we beg leave earnestly to recommend it to their consideration, whether it would not be to the advantage of the state if the commissioners were empowered finally to transact this business, or some other regular mode adopted for the future settling and passing the accounts against the state by advice of Counsel P. Henry, Jr., to the Honorable Edmund Pendleton, Speaker of the House of Delegates. One of the most serious questions with which Governor Henry and his council were confronted was the deficiency in the supply of salt in the state. Few things were calculated to excite more alarm or greater dissatisfaction among the people. The order of the convention for the establishment of salt works along the coast could not be carried out in time to meet the demand, and the occasional landing of a cargo was not sufficient for the purpose. There was also a great lack of such medicines as were formerly imported. So soon as information was received of the departure of the British fleet from the bay, the Council, by an order dated September 13, 1776, directed 6 sloops bearing the names of Congress, Scorpion, Liberty, Defiance, Hornet, and Revenge, to carry out cargoes of tobacco and flour to the West Indies, and to bring back salt, clothes, and medicine. This was the beginning of a very important but hazardous trade, which was conducted by the Virginia Navy. The dangers which surrounded Virginia are graphically described by John Page, President of the Council in the absence of Governor Henry, in a letter to John Hancock, President of Congress, August 3, 1776. Congress had ordered 2 of the battalions raised for Virginia service to join the flying camp of Brigadier General Mercer in New Jersey. These were sent, and Mr. Page wrote, "From the dispersed situation of our troops, the number of navigable rivers exposing our country to the ravages of the enemy's fleet, the great demand of men at arms on our frontiers, on account of the Indian War, and from the present state of General Clinton's army near Charlestown, which we conceive might be employed to greater advantage here, we have reason to apprehend an evasion, and have therefore ordered a number of minutemen and militia into duty to supply the want of our 2 regiments ordered to the Jerseys." This order of the Council, calling additional troops into the field, was made while Governor Henry was sick and absent. When he returned to his post, he wrote to General Washington September 20th, asking his advice in the embarrassing situation of affairs in which he found himself, and proposing a continued correspondence. Washington replied October 5th, "I congratulate you, sir, most cordially upon your appointment to the government, and with no less sincerity on your late recovery. Your correspondence will confer honor and satisfaction, and whenever it is in my power, I shall write to you with pleasure." He then gave an account of his own situation, attributed his reverses to the evils of short enlistments, warned Governor Henry against relying on these, and against inefficient officers, and advised the use of row galleys for defense against the enemy's ships and tenders which might go up the rivers. Williamsburg, which was within a few miles of both the James and York rivers, was peculiarly liable to attack from the water, and the governor ordered some of the new levies to be posted for the protection of the capital. This caused a sarcastic letter to be written by the aged aristocrat, Landon Carter, to Washington, which plainly showed his dislike to Governor Henry. In order to give more efficiency to their navy, the convention had created a navy board consisting of Thomas Whiting, John Hutchins, Champion Travis, Thomas Newton Jr., and George Webb. They were charged with the creation and management of a navy. The executive journal shows that they were in communication with and under the control of the governor. When the great disadvantages under which they labored are considered, the work they accomplished is a matter of astonishment. Dockyards were established at Gosport, Suffolk, Fredericksburg, Newcastle on the Potawatomi River, and at a point on the Chickabomany, about 12 miles from its mouth. This last was the chief place of naval construction, till its destruction by Arnold in 1781. Depots of naval stores and rope walks for the manufacture of cordage were also established, the chief of these being at Warwick, 4 miles before Richmond. The board appointed 2 superintendents, Captain James Maxwell and Captain Christopher Calvert, the latter having immediate charge of the construction department. Military operations were directed by a commodore. 3 of these were successfully appointed, J. Boucher, Walter Brooke, and James Barron. The first 2 served but short periods and resigned, but the last named served till the end of the war, with an energy, zeal, and courage unsurpassed in naval annals. About 40 captains, 59 lieutenants, and 600 seamen served in the Virginia Navy during the war, and among the latter were many Negroes, who rendered faithful and efficient service. It is to the lasting honor of this arm of the service that only 3 cases of desertion are reported during the entire war. The Corps of Marines numbered about 300, including officers, but the militia were frequently called to serve on the decks of the Navy. The Virginia Navy, thus called into existence almost entirely during Governor Henry's terms, consisted of 17 ships, 15 brigs, 19 schooners, 15 galleys, 2 armed pilot boats, and 2 barges. Some of these vessels were captured from the enemy, and some bought, but the Virginians showed surprising skill in constructing swift and seaworthy craft. Some of the vessels were of the most respectable size and armament. The largest ship carried 32 guns, the largest brig 14 guns. The largest galleys mounted 2 18-pounder guns, with swivels in addition, and the barges for the conveyance of troops were large enough to carry 1 company of 68 men with their outfit, besides those working the oars. The services of these vessels were of the greatest importance. They not only effectually prevented the incursions of bands of plundering Tories along the bay, but were most effectual in carrying out tobacco and other produce, and exchanging their cargoes in the West Indies for arms and military stores, and in making prizes of British merchantmen. Smollett, in his continuation of Hume's History of England, bears testimony to the value of their services and their injury to British commerce, and states that by the export of tobacco from the Chesapeake, the credit of the colonies was chiefly, if not wholly, supported, and by the inland navigation of that bay, large quantities of provisions were conveyed to the middle colonies for the subsistence of the American army. This gallant little navy not only captured unarmed merchantmen, but fought with great bravery the British armed vessels. A detailed statement of these conflicts would be of great interest, but only one adventure will be given, which may well challenge comparison with the highest heroism recorded in naval history. The account will be given in the fitting words of the accomplished historian of the Virginia Navy. Says the writer, "The crowning act of heroism during the career of these patriot cruisers was that which has immortalized the name of Captain John Cowper. The brig Dolphin, we have seen, had been on service in the Chesapeake, and had been sent into Nansemond River to be overhauled and refitted. Her officers had been changed, and she was now to be commanded by Captain Cowper, with his lieutenants Philip Chamberlain and James Cunningham, midshipmen Frank Lewis and Surgeon Harris. Having gotten his vessel ready for the sea, Captain Cowper dropped down to the mouth of Nansemond River, and as soon as opportunity of wind and tide offered, put to sea in search of the enemy. Before weighing anchor, and we must suppose after due consultation with his officers and crew, he deliberately nailed his flag to the masthead, and declared he would never strike it to the foe. The annals of naval warfare do not afford a more brilliant example of patriotic devotion than that now to be recorded. The world is dazzled by displays of heroism on large fields, hence the glories of St. Vincent, of Aboukir, and of Trafalgar. But Lord Nelson himself, when he sank into the arms of fame on the deck of the Victory, was no more a hero than was he who now trod the deck of this unpretending Virginia cruiser. Captain Cowper now shaped the course of his brig directly across Hampton Roads, out into the Chesapeake. It was late in the day. The people of the neighborhood, who were well aware of his desperate temper, watched with interest from along the shore the gallant little vessel on her perilous way. They saw her pass the sandy beach, where stood old Fort George, and where now frowned the batteries of Fortress Monroe. They continued to gaze upon her diminishing outlines until she had gotten fairly beyond the capes. Here she was not lost to their view, for almost at the moment she was about to fade away into the horizon, 2 other sails were observed in the offing. The friends of all on board the Dolphin were now anxious as to the character of the strangers. Were they merchantmen or were they men of war? Cowper had always said he would never wait to be attacked, but would assume the offensive, no matter what the odds against him. The Dolphin was now seen bearing towards the 2 vessels, who themselves at once shaped their course to meet her. It was evident, therefore, that they were armed tenders, of the enemy's fleet probably not very far distant. They must have been astonished at the temerity of an adversary, who single-handed, and in sight of a place of refuge, was thus boldly inviting them to so unequal a contest. They may have taken her for a Tory ally, or friend in disguise. They were not long left in doubt. The Dolphin opened fire as soon as they were in range, and action began. It is stated by those who looked on from a distance that the fight lasted until long after the sun had set. The flashes of the guns continued to be seen through the darkness, and their distant mutterings to be heard after nightfall. At last an ominous silence brooded over the sea. The lights of 2 vessels were seen to disappear to the eastward, but no sign was left of the third. The gallant Dolphin and her devoted crew have never been heard of since that day. Had they been made prisoners, some one of them might have returned with tidings of her fate. It cannot therefore be doubted that the desperate resolve of her commander was carried out, and that he and his crew sacrificed themselves in the vessel to an overzealous devotion to their country's cause. No fitting memorial can ever mark the spot where perished this heroic band, but the surging billow must forever be their monument, their requiem, what the wild waves are ever saying. It was the fate of the gallant Virginia Navy to be almost entirely destroyed in James River by the trader Arnold in 1781. Besides those vessels which were in distant waters, only the Liberty survived the invasion. Those not falling into the hands of the English were destroyed by their own commanders to avoid capture. The exertions put forth by Governor Henry to ensure the manufacture and importation of gunpowder met with such success that on August 20th the council found it necessary to order the erection of another magazine to accommodate the large supply on hand. For lead, the state was dependent on the mines on the Kanawha, the opposite the mouth of Cripple Creek, in that portion of the old county of Fincastle, which had been set off and named Montgomery, in honor of the hero who, after conquering a large portion of Canada, had just fallen at Quebec. From the mines the lead was wagoned 130 miles to Lynch's Ferry on James River. A gun factory was established at Fredericksburg, but it failed to supply the demand for small arms, and the supplies obtained from the West Indies proved insufficient for arming the men called into the field. There was no difficulty in raising Virginia's quota of men for the Continental Army during the year 1776, and when Governor John Wood of Georgia applied for permission to recruit for soldiers in the state, the council on August 20th granted his request, only providing that the Georgians should not enlist any regular soldiers, Marines, or Minutemen. End of section 52. Section 53 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 19, Part 2. The gallantry of the Virginians in the engagements of the Continental Army was conspicuous, and soon won the admiration of the army. In order that he might have prompt and reliable information of what was going on in the camp and in the halls of Congress, Governor Henry kept up a regular correspondence with General Washington and Richard Henry Lee. The letters of this correspondence, which have been preserved, show the most intimate relations between the writers and give a vivid representation of the events of the times. Governor Henry soon found, however, that the engagements of these correspondents were so engrossing that they could not keep him advised of current events with that punctuality which he deemed essential to the welfare of the state. Accordingly, on January 16, 1777, the Council, in a minute reciting the defenseless condition of the state and the necessity of speedy and authentic accounts of the movements of the British fleet and army, in order that the most effectual provision might be made for its defense, appointed John Walker, Esquire, of Albemarle County, agent of correspondence, to reside at or convenient to General Washington's headquarters. Governor Henry informed General Washington of this action, and received from him the following letter on the subject. Morristown, 24th February, 1777. Dear Sir, Mr. Walker has, I doubt not, informed you of the situation in which I have placed him, in order that he may obtain the best information and, at the same time, have his real design hid from the world, thereby avoiding the evils which might otherwise result from such appointments, if adopted by other states. It will naturally occur to you, sir, that there are some secrets on the keeping of which depends oftentimes the salvation of an army, secrets which cannot, or at least ought not, to be entrusted to paper, nay, which none but the commander-in-chief at the time should be acquainted with. If Mr. Walker's commission, therefore, from the Commonwealth of Virginia should be known, it would, I am persuaded, be followed by others of the like nature from other states, which would be no better than so many mock plots. To avoid the precedent, then, and from your character of Mr. Walker, and the high opinion I myself entertain of his abilities, honor, and prudence, I have taken him into my family as an extra aide-de-camp, and shall be happy if, in this character, he can answer your expectations. I sincerely thank you, sir, for your kind congratulations on the late success of the Continental Arms. Would to God it may continue, and for your polite mention of me. Let me earnestly entreat that the troops raised in Virginia for this army be forwarded on by companies or otherwise without delay, and as well equipped as possible for the field, or we shall be in no condition to open the campaign. With every sentiment of respect and regard, I am, dear sir, etc., George Washington, to His Excellency Governor Patrick Henry. Mr. Walker did not continue very long on this duty, and during his next term the governor appointed William Pierce to the same position. The Declaration of Independence greatly affected parties in England. Many who had stoutly defended the political rights of the colonies abandoned their cause when a separate existence was demanded. Footnote: on the opening of Parliament in October, the Duke of Richmond in the Lords and John Wilkes in the Commons led the opposition in vigorous attacks upon the ministry and in defense of the American colonies in their action, but they were in a small minority. End of footnote. Englishmen were nearly unanimous against the disruption of the empire, and the minority opposed to government dwindled to almost nothing. Still, some of the best thinkers did not hesitate to declare the task of reducing America hopeless. Among these was David Hume, who upon his deathbed advised his country to give up the war with America, in which defeat would destroy its credit and success its liberties. Upon the continent, the temptation to injure their old enemy could not be resisted, and both France and Spain, while not taking an open part in favor of the United States, secretly gave them encouragement, permitting arms and munitions of war to be furnished them, and American ships to use their harbors. Vergennes, the ablest member of the cabinet of Louis XVI, earnestly advised an open breach with England, but the sluggish young king dreaded the exertions of war, and was content to allow his ministers secretly to aid the Americans. The fortunes of the American arms had been checkered. The expedition into Canada commenced with brilliant success, but after the fall of Montgomery before Quebec, it came to a disastrous termination. The British Army, after its forced evacuation of Boston, transferred the seat of war to New York and the southern colonies. Washington had hastened to occupy New York, and Charles Lee was dispatched to meet the invasion of the South. The attack of Clinton on Charleston was repulsed, and the British returned to New York. By the middle of August, the forces under General Howe reached 24,000 besides a strong fleet, while the effective forces under Washington were only about 11,000, many of whom were militia suddenly called into service. A well-planned attack by the British on the American forces posted at Brooklyn on August 27th resulted in a defeat of the Americans after a stubborn fight, in which the troops led by Lord Stirling were distinguished and necessitated the evacuation of New York. Then followed the Battle of White Plains, which was soon followed by the loss of Fort Washington with a large garrison, and the evacuation of Fort Lee, thus leaving the lower Hudson open to the enemy's fleet. Washington, being in doubt as to the designs of the British commander, crossed over to the Jersey side of the river, leaving General Charles Lee, who had returned from the South in command of about half of the army, to check any movement to the eastward. General Howe, having massed a greatly superior force in New Jersey and sent a large fleet to the southward, it became apparent that he was aiming at Philadelphia. Washington at once ordered Lee to cross the river and join him, but this eccentric and wayward officer disobeyed the order and purposely left his commander to his fate, then commenced a perilous retreat across the state of New Jersey, lasting 3 weeks and measuring near 100 miles, including the crossing of 4 rivers, in which Washington, with consummate skill, evaded a vastly superior force commanded by Cornwallis, one of the ablest of the British generals, and brought off his ammunition and field pieces with the greater part of his stores. When at last, on December 8th, he had placed the Delaware between himself and the enemy, he found his army reduced by sickness and expired enlistments to but little over 3,000 men, of whom 1,500 were Virginians. These were soon reinforced by 2,000 Pennsylvania militia. Lee, after much delay, crossed the Hudson, but on December 12th, while absent from his command, he was captured and carried a prisoner to New York. A letter written from Philadelphia December 3rd by Richard Henry Lee to Governor Henry, an extract of which appeared in the Virginia Gazette of the 13th, gave him the alarming intelligence of this forced retreat. It commenced, though the present moment is critical in the American war, the enemy have taken vigorous advantage of the space between the old and the new enlistments, and have rushed like a torrent through the Jerseys, our little army of no more than 5,000 men, under the command of General Washington, being compelled to retreat rapidly before them. The object is this city, and they were on Sunday last at Brunswick, about 60 miles off in the Jerseys. It was indeed a gloomy period. The enemy were in possession of Rhode Island, Long Island, the city of New York, and nearly all of New Jersey, and were on the eve of entering Pennsylvania and threatening Philadelphia. On December 12th, Congress, fearing an attack on the city, adjourned to meet in Baltimore. On the 20th, Lord Howe accompanied his brother with special authority from the ministry to offer pardon to all who would take the oath of allegiance. His proclamation induced many to accept the preferred terms, and indeed a general despondency threatened to overspread the people and the army. Some of the officers under Washington commenced to criticize very freely his generalship and to intrigue for his disgrace. So certain were the British that the war was virtually ended that Cornwallis prepared to return to England and actually sent his baggage on shipboard. The difficulties which now beset Washington would have overwhelmed an ordinary man, but they only served to stimulate his powers and to bring out in bolder relief the greatness of his character. He had early urged upon Congress the necessity of having a fresh army in the field, enlisted for the war, before the expiration of the terms of his men, who only enlisted for 1 year. But Congress did not heed his repeated advice till September 16, 1776, when they ordered that 83 battalions should be enlisted for the war, of which 3 were assigned to New Hampshire, 15 to Massachusetts, 2 to Rhode Island, 3 to Connecticut, 4 to New York, 4 to New Jersey, 12 to Pennsylvania, 1 to Delaware, 8 to Maryland, 15 to Virginia, 9 to North Carolina, 6 to South Carolina, and 1 to Georgia. On November 12, 1776, this order was modified so as to permit the enlistments to be for 3 years. They had already realized the truth of Washington's remark in his letter of October 4th, that there is a material difference between voting battalions and raising men. The season was late, and such difficulty was experienced in getting ready the new levies that the most convenient militia had to be called out, and so the American commander was forced to meet the well-appointed and experienced army of General Howe with men whose terms were expiring or who were freshly drafted. The apparent hopelessness of his condition is seen in his letter to the Pennsylvania Council of Safety of December 22nd, 1776, in which he urges the necessity of reinforcements from the militia, and says, "In less than 10 days from this time, my army will be reduced to a few Virginia and 1 Maryland regiment, Colonel Hands and the regiments lately under Colonel Miles, all very thin." But nothing shook the firmness of his mind, and with perfect self-possession he went forward in the performance of his duty, trusting the issue to the divine providence in whose keeping were the destinies of America. Neither Virginia nor her governor lost faith in Washington in this his hour of sorest trial. Governor Henry exerted himself to the utmost to push forward the troops the state was required to furnish, and in every way to uphold the man in whom was bound up, as he verily believed, the fate of America. The legislature on December 21st urged upon Congress to invest the commander-in-chief of the American forces with more ample and extensive powers for conducting the operations of the war. And fortunately for the country, Congress on December 27th exhibited their continued confidence in him by greatly enlarging his powers. But before this was done, Washington had struck a blow which completely changed the situation of affairs and demonstrated his genius for war. On the night of December 25th, he crossed the Delaware, filled with floating ice, and in the midst of a blinding snowstorm, he marched 9 miles, attacking and taking by surprise a large body of Hessians at Trenton, of whom he made more than 1,000 prisoners. Cornwallis, astonished at this intelligence, hastily left the ship in which he was about to embark, and massing the British army in New Jersey, determined to force Washington to engage in a battle on unequal terms before he could recross the Delaware. But Washington completely outgeneraled him, and withdrawing at night from his front, fell upon his rear at Princeton, delivering a heavy blow. Washington then retired to Morristown, where the British commander dared not attack him. On October 7, 1776, the First Assembly under the new Constitution met at Williamsburg, consisting of a Senate elected by the people and the members of the late Convention acting as the House of Delegates. The Assembly found Governor Henry at his post, but not fully restored to health. He was able, however, to attend the meetings of the council till October 26, when becoming so unwell that he could no longer perform his duties. He sent the Assembly a message, which is noted on the House Journal of October 30th, with the action thereupon as follows. The Speaker laid before the House a letter from the Governor, informing him that the low state of his health rendered him unable to attend to the duties of his office, and that his physicians had recommended to him to retire therefrom into the country till he should recover his strength, which, being read, resolved that the Speaker be desired to inform the Governor that this House, sincerely concerned that his indisposition should deprive the Commonwealth of the benefit of his services, approve of his proposition to retire from the duties of his office until his better health shall enable him to return to them. On the same day, the Senate agreed to this resolution, and the journal of the council does not show the presence of the governor again till November 18th following. A letter from Edmund Randolph to General Washington, dated October 11, 1776, at Williamsburg, mentions that many of the soldiers from the upper counties were made sick by their stay at Williamsburg, and it was doubtless the climate of lower Virginia which was so seriously affecting the governor. The act of the governor shows the great deference which he always paid to the legislative branch of the government. Soon after the meeting of the Assembly, Benjamin Harrison desired to be heard in defense of himself as to the matters which had caused him to be left out of the congressional delegation by the late convention. His vindication was complete and resulted in his being re-elected on October 10th to take the place of Mr. Jefferson, who had declined the appointment in order that he might be in the Assembly, and his re-election was coupled with a vote of thanks for his past service. End of section 53. Section 54, Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 19, Part 3. Mr. Jefferson preferred to be in the Assembly because he desired to take part in the great work of adapting the laws of Virginia to her condition as a free commonwealth. Upon his motion, a committee was appointed to make a general revision of the laws, and the Assembly chose by ballot Thomas Jefferson, Edmund Pendleton, George Wythe, George Mason, and Thomas Ludwell Lee as the revisers. Mr. Lee soon died, and Colonel Mason declined to act, so that this important work was performed by Jefferson, Pendleton, and Wythe. There were several matters, however, which pressed for immediate attention, and could not well be postponed for a general revision. Among these were the establishment of admiralty and criminal courts, the definition of treason, the abolition of entailed estates, and the discontinuance of the tax levied for the support of the established church. The legislation touching the last two of these was of the utmost importance in shaping the destiny of the state, as an aristocracy could not exist except with entailed estates. So Mr. Jefferson's short bill, declaring that estates held in fee tail should thenceforth be held in fee simple, effectually destroying the aristocracy which had existed in Virginia, and established democracy on its ruins. The liability of all kinds of property for debt, added to the abolition of entails, affected a revolution in society. Men could no longer enjoy property who had the capacity neither of acquiring nor of retaining it. Every man became therefore the architect of his own fortunes, or if he received a large inheritance, developed the talent of preserving it, else he sank into poverty. The action of the late convention upon the subject of religious liberty had aroused a profound interest among the people. The clear enunciation of the principle of the Bill of Rights had not been followed up by appropriate legislation, as we have seen, and dissenters were still taxed with the support of the established church. This they were not willing to bear longer, and when the Assembly met, they presented numerous petitions praying relief. These petitions were gotten up mainly, if not entirely, by the Baptists and Presbyterians, who constituted the great bulk of the dissenters. An account of what occurred was given April 8, 1777, by the Reverend Caleb Wallace of Charlotte County, who represented Hanover Presbytery before the Assembly, in a letter to a friend, Reverend James Caldwell, from which the following interesting extract is taken. Our Bill of Rights declares that all men are equally entitled to the free exercise of religion, according to the dictates of conscience, etc. Yet in such subsequent acts it is manifest that our Assembly designed to continue the old church establishment. This, in some petitions which are circulated through various parts of the country in behalf of dignified episcopacy, gave a general alarm to people of dissenting principles, and the common cry was, if this is continued, what great advantage shall we derive from being independent of Great Britain? And is it not as bad for our Assembly to violate their own Declaration of Rights as for the British Parliament to break our charter? The Baptists circulated a counter-petition, which was signed by above 10,000, chiefly freeholders. Our Triumphalpian Presbyterians were much chagrined with what they understood was likely to be publicly done, and with what was said and done in a more private way against dissenters. And indeed, many dissenters in every part of the country were unwilling any longer to bear the burden of an establishment. These circumstances induced our presbytery to take the lead and prepare a memorial on the subject to be presented to our house at the session last fall. And as none of the members who were older in the ministry and better qualified could undertake it, the presbytery appointed me their deputy, which obliged me to make the case a popular study, which indeed I had done for some time before, and to attend the General Assembly 6 or 8 weeks. The result was the Assembly passed an act exempting dissenters for all time to come from supporting the Church of England, declaring all penal and persecuting laws against any mode of worship, etc., null and void, for the present left all denominations to support their clergy by voluntary contributions, reserving the consideration of a general assessment for the support of religion, as they phrase it, to a future session. This, you may suppose, was very pleasing to some and as ungrateful to others, and still there are many of a certain church, I would rather say craftsmen, who are hoping that something will yet be done in favor of the great goddess Diana, and others are fearing that religious liberty and the right of private judgment will be abridged by our assemblies taking upon them to interfere in a case that lies beyond the limits of civil government. Thus has the affair ended, or rather proceeded, without producing any other consequence than a day or two's debating in the House and a little newspaper bickering. Mr. Wallace was educated at Princeton and was appointed in 1783 one of the judges of the Supreme Court of Kentucky. Mr. Jefferson, in his autobiography, written more than 45 years after the session, gave an account of what happened, which is somewhat different. He wrote, "The first Republican legislature, which met in 1776, was crowded with petitions to abolish the spiritual tyranny, the establishment. These brought on the severest contest to which I have ever been engaged. Our great opponents were Mr. Pendleton and Robert Carter Nicholas, honest men but zealous churchmen. The petitions were referred to the Committee of the whole House on the state of the country, and after desperate contests in that committee, almost daily from 11th October to the 5th of December, we prevailed so far only as to repeal the laws which rendered criminal the maintenance of any religious opinions, the forbearance of repairing to church, or the exercise of any mode of worship, and further, to exempt dissenters from contributions to the support of the established church, and to suspend only until the next session levies on the members of that church for the salaries of their own incumbents. For although the majority of our citizens were dissenters, as has been observed, a majority of the legislature were churchmen. Among these, however, were some reasonable and liberal men who enabled us on some points to obtain feeble majorities, but our opponents carried in the general resolutions of the Committee of November 19th a declaration that religious assemblies ought to be regulated, and that provision ought to be made for continuing the succession of the clergy and superintending their conduct. And in the bill now passed was inserted an express reservation of the question whether a general assessment should not be established by law on everyone to the support of the pastor of his choice, or whether all should be left to voluntary contributions. The journal sustains Mr. Wallace when he differs with Mr. Jefferson. It shows that on October 11th the Committee of Religion was appointed consisting of Messrs. Braxton, Harwood, Richard Lee, Bland, Simpson, Mayo, Height, Fleming, James Taylor, Watts, Lewis, Adams, Curl, Jefferson, Scott, Page of Spotsylvania, McDowell, and the treasurer, Robert Carter Nicholas. To this committee, and not to the committee of the whole House, were referred the several petitions touching the established church until November 9th, when the last one of these petitions was presented. Up to that date, no report had been made by that committee on the subject. On that day, the following entry appears. Ordered that the Committee for Religion be discharged from proceeding on the petitions of the several religious societies, and the same be referred to the Committee of the whole House upon the state of the country. The House did not afterward resolve itself into a Committee of the whole upon the state of the country till Saturday, November 16th, coming to no conclusion upon the matters then before the committee. It sat again on Monday and again on Tuesday. On the last named day, the committee reported a series of resolutions on the subject, and a committee was appointed to prepare a bill in accordance therewith. This committee reported November 30th, and the bill was discussed in Committee of the Whole December 3rd and 4th. On the 4th, after being amended, it was ordered to be engrossed, and was passed on the next day. It was further amended in the Senate and finally passed on December 9th. It would seem, therefore, that from October 11th to November 9th, the contests were in the Committee of Religion, of which Mr. Pendleton was not a member, and that there were no prolonged contests after the matter was referred to the Committee of the whole House. Indeed, the formidable array of freeholders who signed the petitions, and who must have been largely members of the established church, was enough to determine the course of the legislature, and to bring about the result which, from Mr. Wallace's account, was easily accomplished. It would seem most probable that the real contest was as to the propriety of a general assessment of the support of religious teachers, and this was left by the bill to the discussion and final determination of a future assembly, when the opinions of the country in general may be better known. The account of Mr. Wallace is also more in accord with the statement of Edmund Randolph. He says, "It has been seen that the friends of the established church were apprehensive of the force of their own principles, to which they had assented in the Bill of Rights, and how they were quieted by the assurances of Mr. Henry. But they were patriots who dreaded nothing so much as a schism among the people, and thought the American principle too pure to be adulterated by religious dissension. They therefore did, in truth, cast the establishment at the feet of its enemies." Among the many petitions presented to the Assembly on this important subject, the splendid memorial of Hanover Presbytery, which was believed to have been drawn as well as presented by Reverend Caleb Wallace, was by far the ablest paper. This, with the memorial of the Presbytery against a general assessment, which bears date April 25th, 1777, left little for Mr. Jefferson to do in subsequently drafting the bill for establishing religious freedom. A comparison of these memorials with Mr. Jefferson's famous bill reveals the fact that the Presbytery, representing the Presbyterians of the state, had expressed with remarkable precision and force the proper relations of church and state before the great statesman had drafted his act defining those relations, and that the act was no advance on the positions taken by the Presbytery. Indeed, both the memorials and Jefferson's bill are but echoes of the noble plea for religious liberty made by Milton in his treatise of civil power in ecclesiastical causes, and considerations touching the likeliest means to remove hirelings out of the church. The act passed at this session reserved for the use of the Episcopal Church the glebe lands of which they were in possession, though bought with public levies, and this was not opposed by Mr. Jefferson, as appears by his reporting a bill to the same effect in the revision. The Assembly on meeting evidently thought the state was in no immediate danger of an invasion by the British, The governor and council, after conference with Generals Lewis and Stephen, had called out 26 companies of militia and 5 companies of Minutemen on September 25th to take the place of the 3 regiments of Continental troops ordered to join General Washington in New Jersey. But the Assembly on October 12th recommended that the order be countermanded. On November 21st, the governor was informed by express that upward of 100 sail of the enemy's ships had left New York for the South, and the militia from the Tidewater portion of the state was again called out. But no attack was then made on Virginia by the British fleet, and on December 7th, the cavalry of the state was ordered to join General Washington under a resolution of the Assembly, upon receiving the requisition of Congress for 15 regiments to serve during the war. The governor and council, anticipating difficulty in promptly filling the requisition, stopped the recruiting officers of South Carolina and Georgia from raising soldiers in Virginia to meet their continental quotas. But the Assembly subsequently granted the liberty, the order in reference to the Georgia officers being made as late as December 18th. On the same day, the journal shows the following entry. Resolved, that this House had great pleasure in observing with what cheerfulness and alacrity the volunteers in the county of Frederick have offered their service to join the Continental Army under His Excellency General Washington, at a time they supposed important and critical. But as it is probable that the enemy have retired into winter quarters, the House would not wish their brave countrymen to march such a distance in this inclement season, under a doubt whether there will be occasion for their services, but will rely on and call them if such occasion should happen. Trusting that the British have gone into winter quarters, and perhaps to a report contained in the Gazette of December 13th, of a victory gained in the Jerseys by Washington's army, the Assembly were under no alarm as late as December 19th. The journal shows no sign of uneasiness up to that date in the matters considered by the body. The House did not consider the state of the country in committee of the whole from the 7th till the 18th of December, the only mode of considering matters relating to the war. On the 7th, the committee discussed and reported on the claims of certain persons for damages sustained from the soldiery, and on the 18th, the departure from the state of British merchants, refusing to take the oath of allegiance, was discussed and ordered, and no other matter seems to have been before the committee. On the 19th, the House did not sit in committee. On the 20th, the Gazette contained most alarming intelligence from the North. End of Section 54. Section 55 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 19, Conclusion. After stating that no newspapers from Philadelphia came by the last weekly post, owing, it was believed, to the printers having fled from the city, it went on to say that private letters advised that a division of General Howe's army was at Burlington, part at Trenton, and that another detachment had crossed the Delaware above Trenton, the whole comprising a body of between 12 and 15,000 men. That General Washington, with only 6,000 men, was a few miles distant from Howe's army, at a place called Bristol. That General Lee was to the northward on the flank of the enemy, with about 4,000 men, and another body of troops were in Philadelphia throwing up entrenchments and putting the city in a posture of defense. The General Congress were preparing to remove to Baltimore. Now, for the first time, the journal shows the House alive to the situation, on meeting and attending to some routine business, including the partial execution of an order for the election of regimental officers, which had been previously fixed by joint resolution for that day. The body, Resolved that this House will immediately resolve itself into a committee to take into their consideration the state of America. Now, coming to a conclusion on that day, the House sat as a committee of the whole on the state of America on the 21st and reported the following resolutions, which were agreed to. It being of the utmost importance that the 9 battalions heretofore raised in this Commonwealth and now in continental service should be completed, and the 6 new battalions for the same service, as well as the 3 battalions on the pay of this Commonwealth, raised with all probable expedition. Resolved, that it is earnestly recommended to the justices, the members of the county committees, the militia officers, and the other good people of this Commonwealth, to use their best endeavors to forward and encourage the recruiting service, upon which the safety and happiness of their country depends. And whereas the present imminent danger of America, and the ruin and misery which threatens the good people of this Commonwealth and their posterity, calls for the utmost exertion of our strength, and it is become necessary for the preservation of the state that the usual forms of government should be suspended during a limited time, for the more speedy execution of the most vigorous and effectual measures to repel the invasion of the enemy. Resolved, therefore, that the governor be, and he is hereby fully authorized and empowered by, and with the advice and consent of the Privy Council, from henceforward until 10 days next, after the first meeting of the General Assembly, to carry into execution such requisitions as may be made to this Commonwealth by the American Congress for the purpose of encountering or repelling the enemy, to order the 3 battalions on the pay of this Commonwealth to march, if necessary, to join the Continental Army, or to the assistance of any of our sister states, to call forth any and such military force as they shall judge requisite, either by embodying and arraying companies or regiments of volunteers, or by raising additional battalions, appointing and commissioning the proper officers, and to direct their operations within this Commonwealth, under the command of the Continental Generals, or other officers according to their respective ranks, or order them to march to join and act in concert with the Continental Army, or the troops of any of the United American States, and to provide for their pay, supply of provisions, arms, and other necessaries at the charge of this Commonwealth, by drawing on the treasurer for the money which may be necessary from time to time, and the said treasurer is authorized to pay such warrants out of any public money which may be in his hands. And the General Assembly will, at their next session, make ample provision for any deficiency which may happen. But that this departure from the constitution of government, being in this instance founded only on the most evident and urgent necessity, ought not hereafter to be drawn into precedent. Resolved also that the governor be desired to transmit by express copies of these resolves to the American Congress and to the neighboring states of Maryland and North Carolina, to satisfy them that we are exerting ourselves in defending the liberties of America. Resolved that our delegates be instructed to recommend to the consideration of Congress whether it may not be necessary and expedient in the present dangerous and critical situation of America, in order to give vigor, expedition, and secrecy to our military measures, to invest the Commander-in-Chief of the American forces with more ample and extensive powers for conducting the operations of the war, and that they will earnestly exhort the different legislatures of the United American States to adopt the most speedy and effectual methods for calling their military force into action, and cooperating with the generals of the American armies. These resolutions were sent immediately to the Senate, and were returned the same day with an amendment by which the words, "the usual forms of government should be suspended," were omitted, and the words, "additional powers be given," the governor and council, were substituted in their stead. This was at once agreed to, and then the House adjourned until the last Thursday in March next, then to meet in the city of Williamsburg, or at such other place as the governor and council for good reasons may appoint, thus providing for the contingency of an invasion of the state. In transmitting a copy of these resolutions to the executive of North Carolina, Governor Henry gave expression to the generous and patriotic feelings of Virginia in the following letter. Williamsburg, December 23, 1776. Sir, by the enclosed you will perceive the ideas of this Commonwealth on the subject of military things. We mean to act with vigor and upon a liberal plan. If your state shall be distressed, ours will gladly contribute to its relief if possible. Our interests are the same and our operations shall harmonize. No news on which I can depend has come here lately from the north. I judge that Philadelphia is now or shortly will be at the mercy of the enemy. The Middle States have not furnished troops in so great numbers as were expected. I trust your Commonwealth and ours will exhibit a different spirit, and although many difficulties are to be encountered on the subject of necessaries, yet I hope we may muster a formidable force by the spring. For this purpose, I think the earliest preparation should be made, and in conformity we are setting about this work immediately. I have the honor to be your most honorable servant, P. Henry, Jr., addressed to the Honorable Cornelius Harnett, Esquire, President of the Committee of Safety, North Carolina. It was to the closing hours of this assembly that Mr. Jefferson referred in his notes on Virginia when he said, in December 1776, our circumstances being much distressed, it was proposed in the House of Delegates to create a dictator invested with every power legislative, executive, and judiciary, civil and military, of life and of death, over our persons and over our properties. Girardin, in his continuation of Burke's History of Virginia, writing under Mr. Jefferson's eye, repeats the statement and says that several of its members proposed and advocated the measure. He adds, it appears from concurring reports that this dictatorial scheme produced in the legislature unusual heat and violence. The members who favored and those who opposed it walked the streets on different sides. Mr. Wirt, who was in constant communication with Mr. Jefferson while he wrote his sketch of Governor Henry, and who obtained Mr. Jefferson's corrections and approval of the manuscript before its publication, also repeats the statement and adds that Mr. Henry was thought of for this office has been alleged, and is highly probable, but that the project was suggested by him or even received his countenance, I have met with no one who will venture to affirm. There is a tradition that Colonel Archibald Carey, the Speaker of the Senate, was principally instrumental in crushing this project. That meeting Colonel Syme, the stepbrother of Colonel Henry, in the lobby of the House, he accosted him very fiercely in terms like these. I am told your brother wishes to be dictator. Tell him from me that the day of his appointment shall be the day of his death, for he shall feel my dagger in his heart before the sunset of that day. And the tradition adds that Colonel Syme, in great agitation, declared that if such a project existed, his brother had no hand in it, for that nothing could be more foreign to him than to countenance any office which could endanger in the most distant manner the liberties of his country. The intrepidity and violence of Colonel Carey's character rendered the tradition probable, but it furnishes no proof of Mr. Henry's implication in the scheme. It is most certain that both himself and his friends have firmly and uniformly persisted in asserting his innocence. These several accounts seem to have been the source of all that has been written about this incident, and if not directly traceable to Mr. Jefferson, certainly they have his approval. The same authority which connects Governor Henry's name with the scheme relieves him of all implication in it, and his innocence is further shown by the fact of his re-election without opposition as governor a few months afterward. But the Journal of the Assembly, taken in connection with the history of the times, makes it apparent that the matter has been greatly misrepresented. Washington's retreat through the Jerseys ended on December 8th, but owing to the poor arrangements existing for the transmission of intelligence, it seems that the Virginia Assembly did not realize the danger which threatened the state until December 20th. Their journal shows this very plainly. They were then on the eve of adjournment, and the discussion as to what had best be done was confined to that day and the next. The result reached was an increase of the powers of the governor and council to enable them to prepare for the defense of the state, and a recommendation to Congress to enlarge the powers of General Washington. The short time consumed in this discussion precludes the idea of unusual heat and violence, and of the formation of parties so bitter toward each other as to walk the streets on different sides, as related by Girardin. Nor would this be likely where so great disparity existed in numbers, as is given by this writer, who describes the advocates of the scheme as several members. It must be remembered, too, that Mr. Jefferson, the only contemporary who has considered the matter of sufficient importance to be recorded, was not present, having left his seat on December 5th. It is very probable that the matter was not seriously contemplated, and was but the expression of some alarmed member, which met with no encouragement from firmer minds, or it may be the whole story arose from some sneering remark of Colonel Carey. It is evident that in the minds of those who have repeated the charge, the term dictator has been used to mean one who would exercise extraordinary powers, rather than one who is vested with absolute powers. It was in such a sense that the word was applied to Washington in the debates in the Virginia Convention of 1788. One reference was made to his extraordinary powers, the powers of Congress existing over Virginia, as well as those of the Assembly and the Continental Army under Washington, being the safeguard of the continent. It would have been the dream of a madman, indeed, to have constituted one man a dictator for Virginia, unless that man was the general commanding the Continental Army. That the Assembly realized the superiority of General Washington's position is manifest in the resolutions they adopted, asking that his powers be increased, and these set at rest the tradition as to Governor Henry. The extraordinary powers actually vested in Governor Henry and his council were not as great as those vested subsequently in the executive, while Mr. Jefferson was governor. But Governor Henry was the more fortunate of the two in exercising them to the satisfaction of the public. It is evident that the Assembly in both instances deemed their action extra-constitutional and only justified by the emergencies of the war. And as Mr. Jefferson himself exercised these extra-constitutional powers, he might very probably have omitted the severe strictures he has left in his notes on Virginia upon those who, upon his own statement, advocated a departure from the Constitution only greater in degree. Besides, the extraordinary powers vested by these resolutions, which seem so necessary under the circumstances that they should not excite comment, the executive had been vested by the Convention of May 1776, with all the powers previously given to the Committee of Safety, and these were continued by acts passed at subsequent sessions. End of section 55. Section 56 of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 20, Part 1. The extraordinary powers vested in Governor Henry and the Council were needed in the execution of the all-important duty of making up the continental contingent of troops, and those needed for state defense. The governor had seen the danger which would beset the cause when the term of the first enlistments expired, and the enthusiasm which the people had first rushed to arms would be cooled by the hardships and privations of war. As early as July 27, 1776, the Council, in consideration of the fact that the terms of the 1st and 2nd Regiments would soon expire, recommended to their commanding officers to take steps at once to re-enlist the men for 3 years and fill up any vacancies by other recruits. It was with the highest gratification that the governor learned a few days afterward that the soldiers of the 1st Regiment, which had been his special command, had determined to re-enlist and desired to be sent to General Washington's army. On August 5th, the Council noted these facts and gave permission to fill some vacancies in the ranks out of the Minutemen in service. The patriotic example thus set was followed in the other regiments with more or less unanimity. But in addition to filling up the ranks of the 9 regiments in continental service, 6 new regiments were to be raised to complete the quota required by Congress. Every nerve was now strained to accomplish this, but for fear the state might be invaded, the governor and council deemed it best to call for volunteers in addition. On December 26, 1776, the governor issued his proclamation calling for volunteers willing to engage in the defense of this state or march to the assistance of any other, should the exigency of things demand it. Finding afterward that this interfered with the enlistment of the regular troops, the council on February 19th following directed another proclamation to be issued countermanding their volunteer enlistments and urging the completion of the battalions required by Congress. A graphic picture is drawn of the condition of affairs in Virginia at the beginning of 1777 in the following letter to Richard Henry Lee. Williamsburg, Virginia, January 9, 1777. I congratulate you, my dear sir, on our well-timed success at Trenton. I trust the honor of our arms will be retrieved. Our levies go on pretty well in many places, and some of the great want of necessary clothing and blankets retards them. Orders issued this day for the officers to hold themselves in soldiers, ready to march by companies and parts of companies, and in a little time they'll go off, but in want of everything. I observe our people, a few excepted, are firm and not to be shaken. A great number of volunteers may be had. I hope all the enlistments may be filled, but doubt if it can soon be done. I am endeavoring at vigorous measures. Languor seems to have been diffused through the Naval Department. However, I hope it will mend. The Cherokees are humbled, but I fear hostility about Pittsburgh in the spring, and have provided ammunition and provisions in that quarter, and shall be able to muster a formidable militia thereabouts. The powder is not yet sent, but I wait only for the result of a council of war where to deposit it. Our sea-coasts are defenseless almost. Arms and woolens are wanted here most extremely. We are making efforts to secure them. I do indeed pity your situation. I guess at the many perplexities and difficulties that attend you. I know how much the vigorous councils of America are indebted to you for their support. I know how much you detest the spirit of indecision and lukewarmness that has exposed our country to so much peril. Let me tell you that although your fatigue is almost too much to bear, yet you must hold out a little longer. Many people pretend they perceive errors in Congress, and some wicked ones are greatly pleased at the hopes of seeing the respect due to that assembly succeeded by contempt. Make my most affectionate compliments to Colonel Frank. Has he forgot me? Indeed, he may ask me the same. Tell him that from morning till night I have not a minute from business. I wish it may all do, for there are 1,000 things to mend to begin. Adieu, my dear sir, and believe me, your affectionate humble servant, P. Henry. To Richard Henry Lee, Esquire, Congress. P.S. I beg you'll tell me what is the best method for doing justice to General Stephen as to his rank. I think he ought to be raised above his present rank. The expectation of filling up the new regiment speedily was doomed to disappointment. Men hesitated to enlist for a long over an indefinite period to be engaged in distant operations when their own families were left unprotected, as was the case more especially along the western frontier and on the seacoast, the one being liable to attack from the British fleet and the other from the savages. At first, Governor Henry, who exerted himself to the utmost to meet the requisition promptly, blamed the Continental recruiting officers. In writing the following letter to Richard Henry Lee, he disclosed some of the difficulties which surrounded him. Williamsburg, March 20th, 1777. Dear Sir, every possible method has been taken to hasten the march of the new levies. I am sorry to observe a remissness among the officers over whom the executive of this country can exercise no command in the opinion of most people. Indeed, they have a general want of necessaries to struggle with, but they do not in general exert themselves as they ought. I've sent express twice to each colonel, and besides have had public advertisements repeatedly in the papers. All won't do. They are remiss. I guess 2/3 of the Continental recruits are enlisted, but in broken quotas. Our 3 battalions are more than half full. The enlistments for Georgia, against my opinion permitted by the Assembly, have greatly hurt ours. A fellow called the Dragging Canoe has seceded from the nation of Cherokees, and 400 warriors have followed his fortune, lying in the woods and making war on us, notwithstanding the peace made with Colonel Christian. We have a treaty on foot still with that people. Orders were issued a few days since for destroying Pluggy's town. 300 militia are ordered on that service from the neighborhood of Fort Pitt. 5 swift sailing boats are gone for arms to the West Indies. Our factories are making some. Perhaps we may arm our own troops and some others, especially if the importation succeeds. A French ship and 2 brigs are lately arrived here. 'Tis said they've warlike stores. If so, my next will tell, as I've sent to purchase them. I hear today the people on the eastern shore are very uneasy, and that from the great number of disaffected in Maryland and Delaware, the Whigs of Virginia are inclined to move away their families. I suppose the number is small in those of the richer sort. The poor can't remove. The affairs of that shore puzzle me. Pray advise me what it is best to do. What can be the reason of no mails from the North? Adieu, my dear friend. May your powerful assistance be never wanted when the best interests of America are in danger. May the subterfuges of Toryism be continually exposed and counteracted by that zeal and ability you have so long displayed to the peculiar honor of your native country and the advantage of all the United States. I am yours ever affectionate, P. Henry, Jr. To Richard Henry Lee at the Congress. 8 days afterwards, the governor wrote to his friend in Congress, complaining of another difficulty which had arisen and threatened to thwart his purposes. The great depreciation of the paper money which constituted the currency had enabled men whose avarice exceeded their patriotism to engross the articles needed for the army, the scarcity of which had so retarded enlistments. In order that a stop may be put to this, the governor wrote the following letter. Williamsburg, March 28, 1777. Dear Sir, the practice of engrossing all foreign goods and country produce has gotten to an enormity here, particularly in the latter articles. Corn, flour, and meat are brought up, as I was informed by Colonel Aylett, in so much that it is almost impossible to furnish the public demands in such time as the necessities of the army require. A gentleman here in partnership with Mr. Morris has speculated very largely in such articles as the army wants. The public agent complains he is anticipated. I hope the practice will be effectually stopped, or fatal consequences must ensue. I write to the general that our enlistments go on badly. Indeed, they are almost stopped. The Georgia service has hurt it much. The terrors of the smallpox, added to the lives of deserters and the want of necessaries, are fatal objections to the Continental Service. Perhaps 2/3 of the 6 new battalions are enlisted, but in broken quotas scattered far and wide. They move slowly. How long will you sit at Philadelphia? I fear you will come away again before the campaign is long begun. I heartily pray for your prosperity and welfare, and as the messenger waits, I must conclude this scrawl from your affectionate friend, P. Henry, Jr. Can you tell us nothing from France? To Richard Henry Lee at Congress. On the following day, the following letter was written to General Washington, setting out more in detail the causes of failure in raising Virginia's full quota of Continental troops, and suggesting a resort to short enlistments to make up the deficiency. Williamsburg, 29 March 1777. Sir, I am very sorry to inform you that the recruiting business of late goes on so badly that there remains but little prospect of filling the 6 new battalions from this state, voted by the Assembly. The Board of Council see this with great concern, and after much reflection on the subject, are of the opinion that the deficiency in our regulars can no way be supplied so properly as by enlisting volunteers. There is reason to believe a considerable number of these may be got to serve 6 or 8 months, but as you will please to signify to me that great inconveniences had arisen by the admission of transient troops at the camp, the board do not choose to adopt the scheme of volunteers until we are favored with your sentiments on the subject. I believe you can receive no assistance by drafts from the militia. From the battalions of the Commonwealth none can be drawn as yet, because they are not half full. The volunteers will consist of men chiefly from the upper parts of the country, who would make the best of soldiers could they continue so long in the service, as to be regularly disciplined. They will find their own arms, clothes, and blankets, and be commanded by captains and subalterns of their own choosing. The field officers to be chosen by the others. They will be subject to the Continental Articles of War, and I believe will be as respectable as such a corps can be expected without training. I cannot speak with any certainty as to their numbers. In a very little time, 7 companies were made up in Augusta. In the other counties no great progress was made, because government stopped it on being informed that it was a prejudice to the regular enlistment. But on the failure of this, the other may be revived, I believe, with success. Virginia will find some apology with you for this deficiency in her quota of regulars, when the difficulties lately thrown in our way are considered. The Georgians and Carolinians have enlisted probably 2 battalions at least. A regiment of artillery is in great forwardness. Besides these, Colonel Baylor and Grayson are collecting regiments, and 3 others are forming for this state. Add to all this our Indian wars and marine service, almost total want of necessaries, the false accounts of deserters, many of whom lurk here, the terrors of the smallpox and the many deaths occasioned by it, and the deficient enlistments are accounted for in the best manner I can. As no time can be spared, I wish to be honored with your answer as soon as possible, in order to promote the volunteer scheme if it meets your approbation. I should be glad of any improvements on it that may occur to you. I believe about 4 of the 6 battalions may be enlisted, but have seen no regular return of their state. Their scattered situation, and being many of them in broken quotas, is a reason for their slow movements. I have issued repeated orders for their march long since, with sentiments of the highest esteem and regard. I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient and very humble servant, Patrick Henry, Jr., to His Excellency General George Washington. General Washington replied on April 13, 1777, commencing his letter as follows. It gives me much concern to hear that the recruiting service proceeds so slowly in most of the states. That it is the case in Virginia affects me in a peculiar manner. I feel myself much obliged by the polite respect your honorable Board of Council are pleased to show to my opinion, and am under the necessity of observing that the volunteer plan, which you mentioned, will never answer any valuable purposes, and that I cannot but disapprove the measure. End of section 56. Section 57 of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 20, continued. He then proceeded to state in detail his objections to the plan, and it was at once abandoned. It appears by this reply that the recruiting service had proceeded slowly in most of the states, and Virginia was not alone in failing to make up promptly her quota of Continental troops. Her excuse, as stated by her governor, relieves her of the charge of indisposition to fight for the liberty she claimed, and we shall see that the enemy recognized her to be, as she undoubtedly was, one of the greatest sources of supply of the fighting men of the war. When the Assembly met in May 1777, Governor Henry recommended and the body enacted a law directing a draft to be made to complete the 6 additional regiments called for, in case they were not filled by August 1st. This enabled the governor to complete the regiments required. The order to destroy Pluggeystown, an Indian village beyond the Ohio, was caused by the continuous hostility of its inhabitants, which induced Congress to refer to the Virginia executive the question of making war upon them. On March 12, 1777, the council entered a minute on the subject, which contained an order for the expedition after the conference with the chiefs of the Delawares and the Shawnees, through whose country the expedition would pass, in case these friendly tribes made no objection. The order was sent to George Morgan, Superintendent of Indian Affairs, and to Colonel John Neville, or in case of his absence to Colonel Robert Campbell at Pittsburgh, and was enclosed with a letter from the governor dated March 12, 1777, which shows great caution and humanity, and at the same time a determination to put a stop to the Indian depredations. This communication was answered by Messrs. Morgan and Neville in a letter of April 1st, which represented the danger of stirring up a general Indian war by such an expedition, in such strong terms as caused the abandonment of the enterprise. They advised measures for pacifying, instead of punishing the Indians, until the British were driven out who were inciting hostilities through their emissaries. The Assembly by resolution had requested the Executive to cause the departure from the Commonwealth of all British subjects who manifested hostility to the American cause. These consisted almost entirely of merchants who represented British houses. The Executive was directed to furnish them their passage in vessels in the employment of the state, when they were unable to procure other means of departure. To enable the Executive to execute properly this delicate trust, the justices of the county courts were required to make inquiry for all such subjects in their respective counties, to cause their names to be entered upon record, and to be transmitted to the governor. The execution of this resolution required the greatest firmness as well as discretion, and the governor was not able fully to comply with it before the latter part of May, 1777, when we find him sending a flag to the British officer commanding the Albion, with the request that the remnant of these exiles be permitted to embark in his ship. Although there was no attack on Virginia from the sea during the first term of Governor Henry, there were frequent reports of movements of the British Navy, which caused apprehension, the more serious because, from the great extent of the waterfront, it was impossible to guard the coast so as to prevent a landing. These apprehensions caused the Executive to keep up a considerable marine force, and to keep the militia in the adjoining counties in readiness to obey any sudden call. On May 5, 1777, The assembly met at Williamsburg with Mr. Jefferson among its members, and the leader of the body as plainly appears by the journal. On his nomination, George Wythe was elected Speaker over Robert Carter Nicholas and Benjamin Harrison, and before the 20th of the month, when he was called away by the sickness of his wife, he had introduced much of the important business of the session. General Washington, in view of the meeting, wrote to Governor Henry on May 17th, a long and confidential letter in the interest of the Army. This was transmitted to the House with one of the several messages sent in by the governor, which had so much influence in shaping the action of the body. Among the most important laws of this session may be cited the acts for regulating the militia, for completing the state's quota of continental troops, for requiring all males above 16 to take the oath of allegiance, for establishing loan offices for the use of the United States and of the state, for providing against invasions and insurrections, for the support of the credit of the paper money issued by Congress and by the state, for the encouragement of the manufacture of iron and salt, for further suspending the tax for the clergy, and for removing the public records to Richmond as a place of greater safety. It will be remembered that the Assembly at its previous session postponed the question of an assessment for the support of religion and invited an expression of the wishes of the people on the subject. The journal only shows 3 responses to this invitation, 2 from sundry inhabitants of Cumberland and Mecklenburg counties were favorable to an established church. The 3rd was from the Presbytery of Hanover, against any assessment for the support of religion. On May 29th, the body proceeded to elect a governor for the 2nd term. So completely had Mr. Henry filled public expectation that all opposition to him had vanished. No one was put in nomination against him, and he was appointed governor for the year commencing with the end of the session by joint resolution without ballot. A committee with Mr. Richard Lee as chairman were directed to notify him of his appointment, and they reported June 5th through Mr. Lee the following happily expressed reply. Gentlemen, the signal honor conferred on me by the General Assembly in their choice of me to be governor of this Commonwealth demands my best acknowledgments, which I beg the favor of you to convey to them in the most acceptable manner. I shall execute the duties of that high station, to which I am again called by the favor of my fellow citizens, according to the best of my abilities, and I shall rely upon the candor and wisdom of the Assembly to excuse and supply my defects. The good of the Commonwealth shall be the only object of my pursuits, and I shall measure my happiness according to the success which shall attend my endeavors to establish the public liberty. I beg to be presented to the Assembly, and that they and you will be assured that I am, with every sentiment of the highest regard, their and your most obedient and humble servant, P. Henry. This action of the Assembly completely puts to rest the insinuation made after his death that Governor Henry had aspired to dictatorial powers, which were only disclaimed under a threat of assassination. The men who composed the Assembly of December 1776 largely composed that of May 1777, and Colonel Carey, who is said to have uttered the threat, was still the President of the Senate. Had Mr. Henry been even suspected of aspiring to absolute power, he would not have been re-elected without opposition. It must be remembered, too, that Mr. Jefferson, who afterwards so bitterly denounced the alleged scheme, was in this body, a leading member, and though not present at the election, he would not have been so unfaithful as not to have organized opposition to this would-be tyrant before he left his seat. So far from this, we shall find him the next year, if not renominating Mr. Henry, yet taking an active part in his re-election. There occurred at this session an incident which gave the governor the deepest pain, as it seemed for the moment to place a stigma upon the fair name of one of his most intimate friends, and one of the purest patriots of the Revolution. The great talents and effective labors of Richard Henry Lee in the cause of America had not only excited the enmity of the Tories, but had aroused the jealousy of some of the less gifted patriots. Hearing that his name had been mentioned in the House with some discredit, he wrote from Philadelphia November 3, 1776, to Mr. Jefferson, a letter which contained the following paragraph. I have been informed that very malignant and very scandalous hints and innuendos concerning me have been uttered in the House. From the Justice of the House I should expect they would not suffer the character of an absent person to be reviled by any slanderous tongue whatever. When I am present, I shall be perfectly satisfied with the justice I am able to do myself. From your candor, sir, and knowledge of my political movements, I hope such misstatings as may happen in your presence will be rectified. Unfortunately for Colonel Lee, his reliance was misplaced. On May 12, 1777, in view of the approaching election of delegates to Congress, Mr. Jefferson introduced a bill for regulating the appointment of delegates to General Congress, which, with some amendments not affecting its principles, passed both houses and was designed to defeat the re-election of Colonel Lee. It declared a delegate who had served 3 years continuously to be ineligible till after the lapse of 1 year. This applied solely to Colonel Lee, no one else having served the state 3 successive years in Congress. The injurious rumors circulated about the absent patriot caused the Assembly to take this method to get rid of him, without seeming to defeat him. But when the election was had, May 22nd, his friends required the body to vote against him by putting his name in nomination for each of the 5 places in the delegation. The sickness of General Nelson and the presence of Mr. White in the Assembly had left an unusual amount of work upon Colonel Lee and detained him in Philadelphia. On hearing of his defeat, he sat down at once and wrote a letter to Governor Henry, dated May 26, 1777, which contains a full vindication of himself. This letter discloses the fact that already there had sprung up those interstate jealousies, which had proved so painful to the welfare of the United States. Not content, however, to rest unto the injustice done him in his absence, Colonel Lee obtained leave of absence from Congress on June 5th and repaired to Williamsburg, where he took his seat in the Assembly. On June 20th, he asked for an investigation of the matters which had been alleged against him. The inquiry was conducted in the presence of the Senate and was a most impressive scene. After hearing several witnesses, Colonel Lee was heard in his own defense. A member present who classed himself among Colonel Lee's opponents thus speaks of this speech. Certainly no defense was ever made with more graceful eloquence, more manly firmness, equalness of temper, serenity, calmness, and judgment than this very accomplished speaker displayed on this occasion. The result was a triumphant vindication. The House at once voted its thanks to Colonel Lee for his faithful services to his country as one of its delegates to Congress, and the Venerable George White, the Speaker, in rendering them, added his personal testimony to the patriotic zeal which had marked his course, and was so overcome with feeling as to shed tears in making his address. So complete was the triumph of Colonel Lee that, upon George Mason's declining to act as a delegate a few days afterward, he was elected in his place in the face of the act just passed. The Assembly elected John Page, Dudley Diggs, John Blair, Bartholomew Dandridge, Thomas Walker, Nathaniel Harrison, Thomas Nelson Jr., and David Jameson, members of the Executive Council. Before entering on his second term, Governor Henry retired a few days to his home to arrange his private matters. The journal shows his absence from June 20th to July 2nd. It was during this visit, doubtless, that he addressed Dorothea, daughter of Nathaniel West Dandridge, his neighbor, as in a letter of Colonel William Christian, dated August 12th. His marriage to her is referred to as soon to come off. End of section 57. Section 58 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 21, Part 1. The second term upon which Governor Henry now entered was the period in which the successful issue of the Revolution was assured. The memorable events which were crowded into it not only made certain the independence of the United States, but secured the Mississippi as their western limit, thus opening the way for their subsequent advance to the Pacific Ocean. Nor were they less marked in their effect upon Europe. Through the French alliance, American ideas were transported to France, but mixed there with infidelity. Liberty soon turned into license, and the French Revolution afterward burst forth with a fury which alarmed, while it shocked, the civilized world. The British ministry, deeply chagrined that its army and navy had not reduced America to subjection, determined on more vigorous measures. In February 1777, Lord George Germain, the minister having charge of American affairs, introduced a bill for the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act and the arrest of all persons suspected of treason or piracy, crimes which were imputed to those resisting the British authority on land and sea. This bill, though resisted by the minority, who still stood nobly for America, was passed in both houses by the usual ministerial majority. Its object doubtless was to intimidate, but it utterly failed of its mark. R.H. Lee gave expression to the feeling with which it was received in America. On referring to it in his letter to Governor Henry of May 6, he said, "It is an acrimonious and foolish display of tyranny. The contempt felt for it on the land was shared by the gallant sailors who harassed British commerce on the sea and found friendly ports for their prizes on the coast of France. The British forces serving in America were increased to 48,000, and a plan was adopted for the campaign of 1777, which was well calculated to subdue the New England states, and when this was accomplished, it was believed the others would be easily subjected in detail. The plan determined on was to send an army from Canada, which would march down the course of the Hudson and united Albany with the force to be sent up the river from New York. This united army, having thus cut off the eastern from the other states, was to devote itself to the work of subjugating New England. The army under Washington was in the meantime to be detained near Philadelphia by a demonstration in force against that city. The army from Canada was entrusted to the accomplished Burgoyne, who, with Germain and the king, had arranged the plan and who, besides a picked body of regulars and German mercenaries, was largely reinforced by Canadians and Indians. His army was estimated about 8,000 and 10,000 men. It was the employment of these Indians which occasioned the eloquent denunciation of the ministry by Burke and Chatham, in which the latter declared that such a mode of warfare was, in his opinion, a contamination, a pollution of her national character, a stigma which all the waters of the river Delaware and Hudson would never wash away. It would rankle in the breast of America and sink so deep into it that he was almost certain they would never forget nor forgive the horrid injury. This employment, instead of aiding the invasion, went far toward effecting its defeat. Burgoyne indeed attempted to impress upon the Indians the necessity of waging war upon principles of civilization. But in order to intimidate the Americans, he issued a proclamation denouncing woe upon all persisting in rebellion and threatening them with the horrors of Indian warfare. This, instead of intimidating, aroused the indignation of the people he invaded and caused them to put forth every effort to destroy his army. Burgoyne marched from St. John June 16, 1777, and at first met with success, driving before him the weak forces posted along the lakes. But his triumphant career was soon checked. St. Leger, sent by him to reduce Fort Stanwix, was forced to retreat after abandoning his stores, and a large force sent under Colonel Baum to capture some provisions collected by the Americans at Bennington was signally routed August 16th by a body of militia under General Stark. It was in reference to this victory that Governor Henry, with a noble spirit, wrote to Richard Henry Lee, September 12, 1777, "I rejoice over our success over Burgoyne, and I rejoice because the New England men had so great a share in it, for a malevolent set are continually endeavoring to spread jealousies of this our honest, best, and most faithful allies. In proportion as I hear them traduced, my esteem for them increases. I hope now we shall hear no more to their prejudice. Indeed, I am not a judge how far they have lately complied with the requisitions of Congress, but only speak of them as they stood when I was a member." On August 19th, General Schuyler, who had been in command of the Northern Army opposing Burgoyne, was displaced by Congress, and General Gates was appointed in his stead. At his earnest solicitation, the army under Washington was weakened by sending him the splendid Rifle Corps, commanded by Colonel Daniel Morgan, composed largely of Scotch-Irish from the Valley of Virginia. Washington also furnished him with part of his artillery. General Gates took command of a fine army of upward of 18,000 men, including militia, while Burgoyne's forces had been reduced to about 6,000 by the desertion of the Canadians and Indians, and his supplies become so nearly exhausted that he was forced to fight or retreat. General Clinton had left New York with the purpose of reducing the posts on the Hudson and making a junction with Burgoyne, but the delay in starting and the difficulty of reducing the posts so retarded him that Burgoyne despaired of timely aid from that source. Under these circumstances, the famous Battle of October 7, 1777, was fought near Saratoga, which resulted in a complete victory for the Americans, and was followed on October 17th by the surrender of Burgoyne's army. In this battle, Morgan's corps rendered great service. It was opposed by the right wing of the British, led by the gallant General Fraser, the favorite of his army. Morgan, noticing the influence of this officer in the battle, pointed him out to one of his riflemen, who brought him down with a shot, and the confusion which ensued was decisive of the battle. It is related of Burgoyne that when he was afterward introduced to Colonel Morgan, he grasped his hand and said, "Sir, you command the finest regiment in the world." So important in its results was this victory that the battle has been included by Creasy among the 15 decisive battles of the world, as securing American independence. While these important events were taking place in the North, the army under Washington was not idle. In the spring, General Howe, with a greatly superior force, had vainly endeavored to draw Washington into battle, and had finally withdrawn from New Jersey to New York. From that city, in August, he embarked with 18,000 troops for Chesapeake Bay. Sailing up the bay, he landed at the head of Elk and advanced toward Philadelphia. Washington, with an army of only 11,000 men, threw himself across Howe's path and fought the Battle of Brandywine, September 11th, in which, while delivering a heavy blow to his antagonist, he was forced to leave him master of the field. Then followed the occupation of Philadelphia by the British, September 27th, and the spirited attack upon Howe at Germantown, October 4th, which, but for the confusion produced by a fog, would have resulted in a brilliant victory for the Americans, and which prevented Howe from attacking Washington during the ensuing fall and winter, a winter memorable for the sufferings of the American army at Valley Forge, and the plot to supersede Washington, known as the Conway Cabal. As the Virginia troops composed a large part of Washington's army, they were engaged in these several battles and won great distinction by their valor and soldierly conduct. The effect of these military operations in Europe was most important. On September 26, 1776, Congress had appointed Benjamin Franklin, Silas Deane, and Thomas Jefferson commissioners to the court of France, charged with the duty of negotiating a treaty with that kingdom. Mr. Jefferson declining the appointment, Arthur Lee was substituted in his stead. Deane and Lee were already in Europe and were joined by Franklin in December. His appointment was most fortunate. His reputation as a philosopher preceded him, and his simple manners, strong sense, and charming wit made him an object of general admiration, and greatly added to the popularity of the cause he represented, a cause which had already excited the sympathy of the French people. The commissioners were not publicly received, but against the protest of Lord Stormont, the English minister. They were allowed to reside near the court, and assistance was secretly given to the American cause. But when news of the capture of Ticonderoga, the victorious march of Burgoyne toward Albany, and the occupation of Philadelphia by Howe reached Paris, the conduct of the French court suddenly changed. American privateers were detained in port. The American agent concerned in fitting them out was thrown into the Bastille. The supplies previously furnished were stopped, and the English minister was assured that the treaties between Great Britain and France would be faithfully observed. The American cause was believed to be lost both in England and on the continent, and it is charged by the British historian Creasy that the American commissioners endeavored to open communications with the British ministry, while they, in their relation, refused to listen to any overtures of accommodation. This statement is probably incorrect, but it is beyond doubt that they found the French court indisposed to commit itself, under the fear that American independence could not longer be maintained by American arms. On December 4, 1777, a special messenger brought the commissioners intelligence of the battles of Germantown and Saratoga. Upon its being communicated to the French court, it at once determined the king to take the steps so long desired by his people. On the 6th, the commissioners were informed that France was ready to acknowledge the independence of the United States and to enter into treaties of commerce and alliance. These were signed on February 6, 1778, but were kept secret till March, in order that preparation might be made for the open breach with England, which their promulgation was sure to make. Information of the signing of the treaties was conveyed immediately, however, to his government by the British minister at Paris, and the ministry at once set to work to prevent, if possible, the union of America with the hereditary enemy of England. Keeping the information conveyed from Paris secret, Lord North, on February 19th, agreeable to previous notice, introduced in the House of Commons conciliatory propositions, which abandoned all the pretensions of the government toward America, on condition that the United States should give up independence and resume their relations as colonies, and provided for commissioners to convey these proposals to Congress and to the several state legislatures. In his speech, the minister declared that he had always been opposed to taxing America. It was said by one person present that a dull, melancholy silence for some time succeeded to this speech. Astonishment, dejection, and fear overclouded the whole assembly. It was generally concluded that something more extraordinary and alarming had happened then, yet appeared, which was of force to produce such an apparent change in measures, principles, and arguments. The mystery was soon solved, for on February 23rd, Edward Gibbon wrote to a friend, "It is positively asserted both in private and in Parliament, and not contradicted by ministers, that on the 5th of this month the Treaty of Commerce, which naturally leads to war, was signed at Paris with the independent states of America. Yet there still remains a hope that England may obtain the preference. The two greatest countries in Europe are fairly running a race for the favor of America." In April, a large French squadron under the Count d'Estaing sailed from Toulon for the American coast to aid the United States and to counteract the influence of the British commissioners, then about to sail with the conciliatory propositions. End of section 58. Section 59 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 21, Part 2. On April 7th, the Duke of Richmond moved in the House of Lords an address to the King, advising that the British forces be withdrawn from America, and conciliation be effected with the United States, in effect acknowledging their independence. The Earl of Chatham had acted with the Rockingham party in opposing the measure of the ministry toward America, but the dismemberment of the British Empire, which he had made so glorious, was abhorrent to his soul, and that such a dismemberment should be effected by France, her hereditary enemy, so signally humbled by him, added intolerable poignancy to the thought. Upon notice of the motion of his fellow Whig, he arose from his sickbed and insisted on being carried to the House. A memorable scene occurred. Lord Chatham came into the House of Lords, leaning upon two friends, lapped up in flannel, pale and emaciated. Within his large wig, little more was to be seen than his aquiline nose and his penetrating eye. He looked like a dying man, yet never was seen a figure of more dignity. He appeared like a being of a superior species. He rose from his seat with slowness and difficulty, leaning on his crutches and supported under each arm by his two friends. He took one hand from his crutch and raised it, casting his eyes toward heaven, and said, "I thank God that I have been enabled to come here this day to perform my duty and to speak on a subject which has so deeply impressed my mind. I am old and infirm, have one foot more than 1 foot in the grave. I am risen from my bed to stand up in the cause of my country, perhaps never again to speak in this house." The purport of this speech is well known. The reverence, the attention, the stillness of the house was most affecting. If anyone had dropped a handkerchief, the noise would have been heard. At first he spoke in a very low and feeble tone, but as he grew warm, his voice rose, and was as harmonious as ever, oratorical and affecting, perhaps more than at any former period, both from his own situation and from the importance of the subject on which he spoke. He gave the whole history of the American dispute, of all the measures to which he had objected, and all the evils which he had prophesied in consequence of them, adding at the end of each, "and so it proved." In one part of his speech he ridiculed the apprehension of an invasion, and then recalled the remembrance of former invasions, of a Spanish invasion, of a French invasion, of a Dutch invasion. Many noble lords may have read in history, and some lords, looking keenly at one who sat near him, may perhaps remember a Scotch invasion. While the Duke of Richmond was speaking in reply, he looked at him with attention and composure, but when he rose up to answer, his strength failed him and he fell backward. He was instantly supported by those who were near him, and everyone pressed around him with anxious solicitude. His youngest son, the Honorable James Pitt, was particularly active and efficient in assisting his venerable father, though the youth was not more than 17 or 18 years of age. Lord Chatham was carried to Mr. Sargent's house in Downing Street. From thence he was carried home to Hayes and put to bed. He never rose again. Thus tragically passed off the stage the greatest of English orators, and one of the grandest characters in history. The motion of the Duke of Richmond was lost by a vote of 33 ayes to 50 noes, and the commissioners sailed only to fail utterly in their mission. During this interesting period, Governor Henry was a conspicuous figure and acted an important part. He took the oath of office July 2nd, 1777, and was at once confronted by what proved to be the greatest danger which threatened the patriot cause during the Revolution: the depreciation of the paper money, state and continental, which, unsupported by taxation, had been relied on to conduct the war. He had favored taxation to sustain the credit of the state, but the legislature was afraid to impose it upon a people already heavily burdened, and contented itself by requiring paper money to be taken as the equivalent of specie. He had endeavored to use tobacco and other articles which could be exported as a basis of credit, but the British blockade had prevented this effort from being effectual. He now found that the thirst for gain was inducing men to engross articles of prime necessity, with a view to a profit from the further depreciation of the currency, and that the Tories, open or disguised, were preventing the recruiting for the ranks by false rumors, which had also the effect of further depreciating the currency, whose value depended on success. In order to prevent the disastrous results which were threatened, he issued on July 8th the following proclamation. Whereas I have been credibly informed that several persons are going about in different parts of this state, some of them in the guise of officers, engrossing the commodities of the country at the most extravagant prices, with a view, as is supposed, of depreciating our currency, and discouraging the people moreover by their false and injurious reports of the condition of our army under His Excellency General Washington, and of the general posture of our affairs from engaging in the American service, to the end, therefore, that all such persons may be vigilantly inspected, and particularly that they may be obliged to give their security for their friendship, which the act of the last session requires of all persons coming within the state from any other of the United States, and that such of them as may appear to violate another act of a former session by discouraging people from enlisting as soldiers may be brought to condign punishment. I have thought proper, by and with the advice of counsel, to issue this my proclamation, hereby requesting all officers, both civil and military, within this Commonwealth and other subjects thereof, to be aiding and assisting in this business, as they tend to the welfare of their country, and as they shall answer the contrary at their peril. Given unto my hand this 8th day of July, in the 2nd year of the Commonwealth, Anno Domini 1777, P. Henry. At the October session, 1777, the Assembly yielded to the advice of the governor and imposed a tax for the redemption of the paper money issued by the state. It had the effect of staying in a measure the catastrophe to the currency, which was surely approaching. On November 22, 1777, Congress recommended to the several legislatures that they fix the prices of provisions, and thus prevent the extortion which was so injurious to the service. Accordingly, the Virginia Assembly passed an act authorizing the seizure of all provisions in excess of what was needed for the consumption of families, the value to be fixed by 3 freeholders. The governor lost no time in forwarding the new troops raised for the Continental Army. On the day he entered upon his second term, he gave the necessary orders for raising the 10 companies of artillery, voted by the Assembly, and on July 8th, he ordered Colonel George Gibson to march with the 1st Battalion of fresh troops, which was now ready. This gallant officer had been sent in May 1776 by General Charles Lee to New Orleans, and had obtained from the Spanish governor there 1,200 pounds of powder, which his associate, Captain William Lynn, had safely conveyed up the rivers to Wheeling, while he had returned by the ocean. The appointment of colonel was now given him as a reward for this service. The executive journal and correspondence of the governor during his second term attest his untiring energy in keeping up the state's quota of continental troops. In this, the executive was heartily supported by the legislature, which passed acts at its several sessions for the purpose of recruiting by volunteers or by drafts. At the May session, 1778, it was determined to aid in the effort to increase the Continental Army so as to enable Washington to make a decisive campaign, and it was ordered that 2,000 men be raised, in addition to the state's quota, to serve till January 1st, 1779. Besides this, forces were raised for the defense of the state on its eastern and western borders. In August 1777, while the governor was in Hanover, doubtless making arrangements for his approaching marriage. The British fleet appeared off the Virginia coast with Howe's army aboard. A messenger was at once dispatched to recall the governor to Williamsburg, and 64 companies of militia were immediately called out and placed under the command of General Thomas Nelson. The call was responded to with alacrity. Among the troops which offered was a company composed of the students at William and Mary College, commanded by Reverend James Madison, president of the college and afterward the first bishop of Virginia. While the destination of the fleet was in doubt, the governor took every precaution to protect the coast and ordered the arrest and removal from the threatened portion of the state of all persons suspected of disaffection to the American cause. This was approved by the next assembly, but was considered such a stretch of authority that a special act was passed to indemnify the governor and council therefore. The fleet, after entering the bay, steered northward without touching on Virginia soil, and the British forces landed at the head of Elk preparatory to their march upon Philadelphia. In obedience to a call from Congress, a third part of the militia of Prince William, Loudoun, Fairfax, Culpeper, Fauquier, Berkeley, Dunmore, and Frederick counties were ordered to rendezvous at Fredericktown, Maryland, and report to General Washington, and they aided him in his subsequent engagements with Howe. The efforts of Governor Henry and to aid General Washington in the campaign, which followed, the landing of the British and the quality of his patriotism, cannot be better illustrated than in the following letter. Williamsburg, October 29, 1777. Sir, the regiment of artillery commanded by Colonel Charles Harrison is yet in this state. They have been detained here, under leave of Congress, to do duty at Portsmouth and York, near which places the enemy's ships of war have been long hovering. At present, 7 men of war and 3 large transports or provision vessels are in and near Hampton Road. The troops of the state are so few that the defense of our maritime places will be precarious in the absence of that regiment. Militia must, in that case, be chiefly depended on, and their skill in managing cannon promises nothing effectual. But reflecting on the necessity there may be of reinforcing the army under your Excellency's command, I trouble you with this, entreating you will be pleased to tell me whether that regiment will be desirable aid to you. If it is, perhaps inoculation ought to be set about immediately. With the highest regard, I am, Sir, your most obedient, honorable servant, P. Henry. To His Excellency General Washington at headquarters, per express. The nobility of this letter was equaled by the following reply received from Washington. The 2 letters show that the friendship of these men was that of kindred spirits. White Marsh, 13th November, 1777. Dear Sir, I shall beg leave to refer you to a letter of mine, which accompanies this and of the same date, for a general account of our situation and wants. The design of this is only to inform you, and with great truth I can do it, strange as it may seem, that the army which I have had under my immediate command has not, at any one time, since General Howe's landing at the head of Elk, been equal in point of numbers to his. In ascertaining this, I do not confine myself to continental troops, but comprehend militia. The disaffected and lukewarm in this state, in whom unhappily it too much abounds, taking advantage of the distraction in the government, prevented those vigorous exertions which an invaded state ought to have yielded, and the short term for which their militia was drawn out, expiring before others could be got in, and before the Maryland militia, which, by the by, were few in number, and did not join till after the Battle of Brandywine came up. Our numbers kept nearly at a stand, and I was left to fight 2 battles, in order, if possible, to save Philadelphia, with less numbers than composed the army of my antagonist, whilst the world has given us at least double. This impression, though mortifying in some points of view, I have been obliged to encourage, because next to being strong, it is best to be thought so by the enemy, and to this cause principally, I think is to be attributed the slow movements of General Howe. End of section 59. Section 60 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 21, Conclusion. How different the case in the Northern Department. There the states of New York and New England, resolving to crush Burgoyne, continued pouring in their troops till the surrender of that army, at which time not less than 14,000 militia, as I have been informed, were actually in General Gates's camp, and those composed for the most part of the best yeomanry in the country, well armed, and in many instances supplied with provisions of their own carrying. Had the same spirit pervaded the people of this and the neighboring states, we might before this time have had General Howe nearly in the situation of General Burgoyne, with this difference, that the former would never have been out of reach of his ships, whilst the latter increased his danger every step he took, having but one retreat in case of a disaster, and that blocked up by a respectable force. My own difficulties in the course of the campaign have been not a little increased by the extra aid of continental troops, which the gloomy prospects of our affairs in the north, immediately after the reduction of Ticonderoga, induced me to spare from this army. But it is to be hoped that all will yet end well. If the cause is advanced, indifferent it is to me where or in what quarter it happens. The winter season, with the aid of our neighbors, may possibly bring some important event to pass. I am sincerely and respectfully, dear Sir, etc., George Washington. To Patrick Henry, Esquire, Governor of Virginia. At the very time that Washington was writing this letter, rejoicing in the victory of Gates over Burgoyne, for the accomplishment of which he had reduced his own forces and prevented his army from gaining a victory over Howe, General Gates was plotting to supersede him as commander-in-chief. One of his accomplices undertook the task of winning Governor Henry to their cause, and sounded him by the following letter sent without a signature. Yorktown, January 12, 1778. Dear Sir, the common danger of our country first brought you and me together. I recollect with pleasure the influence of your conversation and eloquence upon the opinions of this country in the beginning of the present controversy. You first taught us to shake off our idolatrous attachment to royalty, and to oppose its encroachments upon our liberties with our very lives. By these means you saved us from ruin. The independence of America is the offspring of that liberal spirit of thinking and acting which followed the destruction of the scepters of kings and the mighty power of Great Britain. But, sir, we have only passed the Red Sea. A dreary wilderness is still before us, and unless a Moses or a Joshua are raised up in our behalf, we must perish before we reach the promised land. We have nothing to fear from our enemies on the way. General Howe, it is true, has taken Philadelphia, but he has only changed his prison. His dominions abounded on all sides by his out-sentries. America can only be undone by herself. She looks up to her councils and arms for protection. But alas, what are they? Her representation in Congress dwindled to only 21 members. Her Adams, her Wilson, her Henry are no more among them. Her councils weak, and partial remedies applied constantly for universal diseases. Her army, what is it? A major general belonging to it called it a few days ago in my hearing a mob. Discipline unknown or wholly neglected. The quartermasters and commissaries' departments filled with idleness, ignorance, and peculation. Our hospitals crowded with 6,000 sick, but half provided with necessaries or accommodations, and more dying in them in 1 month than perished in the field during the whole of the last campaign. the money depreciating without any effectual measure being taken to raise it. The country distracted with the Don Quixote attempts to regulate the price of provisions, an artificial famine created by it, and a real one dreaded from it. The spirit of the people failing through a more intimate acquaintance with the causes of our misfortunes, many submitting to General Howe, and more wishing to do it, only to avoid the calamities which threaten our country. But is our case desperate? By no means. We have wisdom, virtue, and strength enough to save us, if they could be called into action. The Northern Army has shown us what Americans are capable of doing, with a general at their head. The spirit of the Southern Army is no way inferior to the spirit of the Northern. A Gates, a Lee, or a Conway would in a few weeks render them an irresistible body of men. The last of the above officers has accepted of the new office of Inspector General of our Army in order to reform abuses, but the remedy is only a palliative one. In one of his letters to a friend he says, "A great and good God hath decreed America to be free, or the blank and weak consulars would have ruined her long ago." You may rest assured of each of the facts related in this letter. The author of it is one of your Philadelphia friends. A hint of his name, if found out by the handwriting, must not be mentioned to your most intimate friend. Even the letter must be thrown into the fire, but some of its contents ought to be made public in order to awaken, enlighten, and alarm our country. I rely upon your prudence, and am, dear sir, with my usual attachment to you and to our beloved independence, yours sincerely, His Excellency P. Henry. The writer of this insidious letter had utterly mistaken the man to whom it was addressed. He was impervious to flattery, and his faith in Washington, so far from being shaken, had ever continued to strengthen. He at once enclosed the letter to General Washington with the following: Williamsburg, February 20th, 1778. Dear Sir, you will no doubt be surprised at seeing the enclosed letter, in which the encomiums bestowed on me are as undeserved as the censures aimed at you are unjust. I am sorry there should be one man who counts himself my friend who is not yours. Perhaps I give you needless trouble in handing you this paper. The writer of it may be too insignificant to deserve any notice. If I knew this to be the case, I should not have intruded on your time, which is so precious. But there may possibly be some scheme or party forming to your prejudice. The enclosed leads to such a suspicion. Believe me, sir, I have too high a sense of the obligations America has to you, to abet or countenance so unworthy a proceeding. The most exalted merit hath ever been found to attract envy, but I please myself with the hope that the same fortitude and greatness of mind, which have hitherto braved all the difficulties and dangers inseparable from your station, will rise superior to every attempt of the envious partisan. I really cannot tell who is the writer of this letter, which not a little perplexes me. The handwriting is altogether strange to me. To give you the trouble of this gives me pain. It would suit my inclination better to give you some assistance in the great business of the war. But I will not conceal anything from you by which you may be affected, but I really think your personal welfare and the happiness of America are intimately connected. I beg you will be assured of that high regard and esteem with which I am, dear sir, your affectionate friend and very humble servant, P. Henry. His Excellency General Washington. Not getting a reply promptly to this letter and receiving some information which increased his anxiety, Governor Henry wrote again to General Washington as follows: Williamsburg, March 5th, 1778. Dear Sir, by an express which Colonel Finney sent to camp, I enclosed you an anonymous letter, which I hope got safe to hand. I am anxious to hear something that will serve to explain the strange affair, which I am now informed is taken up respecting you. Mr. Custis has just paid us a visit, and by him I learned sundry particulars concerning General Mifflin, that much surprised me. It is very hard to trace the schemes and windings of the enemies to America. I really thought that man its friend. However, I am too far from him to judge of his present temper. You face the armed enemies of our liberty in the field, and by the favor of God have been kept unhurt. I trust your country will never harbor in her bosom the miscreant who would ruin her best supporter. I wish not to flatter, but when arts, unworthy honest men, are used to defame and traduce you, I think it is not amiss but a duty to assure you of that estimation in which the public hold you. Not that I think that any testimony I can bear is necessary for your support or private satisfaction, for a mere recollection of what is past must give you sufficient pleasure in every circumstance of life. But I cannot help assuring you on this occasion of the high sense of gratitude which all ranks of men in this, your native country, bear to you. It will give me sincerest pleasure to manifest my regards and render my best services to you or yours. I do not like to make a parade of these things, and I know that you are not fond of it. However, I hope the occasion will plead my excuse. The Assembly have at length empowered the executive here to provide the Virginia troops serving with you with clothes, etc. I am making provision accordingly, and hope to do something towards it. Every possible assistance from government is afforded the commissary of provisions, whose department has not been attended to. It was taken up by me too late to do much. Indeed, the load of business devolved on me is too great to be managed well. A French ship, mounting 30 guns, that has been long chased by English cruisers, has got into Carolina, as I hear last night. Wishing you all possible felicity, I am, my dear sir, your very affectionate friend and very humble servant, P. Henry. His Excellency General Washington. Before getting this last letter, Washington wrote in reply to the previous one. Valley Forge, 27 March 1778. Dear Sir, about 8 days past, I was honored with your favor of the 20th ultimo. Your friendship, sir, in transmitting to me the anonymous letter you had received, lays me under the most grateful obligations. And if my acknowledgments can be due for anything more, it is for the polite and delicate terms in which you have been pleased to communicate the matter. I have ever been happy in supposing that I had a place in your esteem, and the proof of it you have afforded on this occasion makes me peculiarly so. The favorable light in which you hold me is truly flattering. But I should feel much regret if I thought the happiness of America so intimately connected with my personal welfare, as you so obligingly seem to consider it. All I can say is that she has ever had, and I trust she ever will have, my honest exertions to promote her interest. I cannot hope that my services have been the best, but my heart tells me they have been the best that I could render, that I may have earned in using the means in my power for accomplishing the objects of the arduous, exalted station with which I am honored. I cannot doubt, nor do I wish my conduct to be exempted from the reprehension rather than it may deserve. Error is the portion of humanity, and to censure it, whether committed by this or that public character, is the prerogative of free men. However, being intimately acquainted with the man I conceive to be the author of the letter transmitted, and having always received from him the strongest professions of attachment and regard, I am constrained to consider him as not possessing, at least, a great degree of candor and sincerity, though his views in addressing you should have been the result of conviction, and founded in motives of public good. This is not the only secret, insidious attempt that has been made to wound my reputation. There have been others equally base, cruel, and ungenerous, because conducted with as little frankness and proceeding from views, perhaps, as personally interested. I am, dear sir, with great esteem and regard, your most obliged friend, etc., George Washington. To His Excellency P. Henry, Esquire, Governor of Virginia. Before closing this, the second letter of Governor Henry was handed to Washington, and he was more deeply touched by it even than by the first. With far less restraint, he at once wrote as follows in reply. Camp, 28th March, 1778. Dear Sir, just as I was about to close my letter of yesterday, your favor of the 5th instant came to hand. I can only thank you again in language of the most undissembled gratitude for your friendship, and assure you that the indulgent disposition which Virginia in particular, and the states in general, entertain towards me, gives me the most sensible pleasure. The approbation of my country is what I wish, and as far as my abilities and opportunities will permit, I hope I shall endeavor to deserve it. It is the highest reward to a feeling mind, and happy are they who so conduct themselves as to merit it. The anonymous letter with which you were pleased to favor me was written by Dr. Rush, so far as I can judge from a similitude of hands. This man has been elaborate and studied in his professions of regard for me, and long since a letter to you. My caution to avoid anything which could injure the service prevented me from communicating but to a very few of my friends the intrigues of a faction which I know was formed against me, since it might serve to publish our internal dissensions. But their own restless zeal to advance their views has too clearly betrayed them, and made concealment on my part fruitless. I cannot precisely mark the extent of their views, but it appeared in general that General Gates was to be exalted on the ruin of my reputation and influence. This I am authorized to say, from undeniable facts in my own possession, from publications, the evident scope of which could not be mistaken, and from private detractions industriously circulated. General Mifflin, it is commonly supposed, bore the second part in the cabal, and General Conway, I know, was a very active and malignant partisan. But I have good reasons to believe that their machinations have recoiled most sensibly upon themselves. With sentiments of great esteem and regard, I am, dear sir, your affectionate humble servant, George Washington. His Excellency Patrick Henry, Esquire, Governor of Virginia. The Conway cabal, as it was called, died upon exposure, leaving Washington more strongly entrenched in the hearts of his countrymen than before. Washington never forgot this proof of friendship and esteem on the part of Governor Henry. It came at a time when it was impossible to know the extent of the plot which had been formed, but that besides several generals and embraced some of the leading members of Congress, was believed at that time, and even the 2 leads from Virginia were thought to be implicated. End of section 60. Section 61 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 22, Part 1. Governor of Virginia, second term, 1778. During the winter of 1777 to 78, the subsistence of Washington's army became a question of alarming importance. The failure of the quartermaster and commissary departments, as organized by Congress to provide necessaries for the army, came near destroying it. Congress itself never appeared more impotent, nor its members more neglectful of their duties. And at its sittings at York in Pennsylvania, it was often difficult to secure a quorum. In order to meet the emergency, the Virginia legislature at its fall session gave the governor power to impress the articles needed for the Virginia troops. He went to work so vigorously that he was able to send off a large supply of clothing by December 6th and to promise additional supplies in a short time. This timely service was gratefully acknowledged by Washington in a letter of December 27th, in which he said, "In several of my late letters I addressed you on the distress of the troops for want of clothing. Your ready exertions to relieve them have given me the highest satisfaction." He then gave a distressing picture of the continued wants of the army, which required continued exertions. But the distress of the army was not alone for want of clothing. The men were in danger of starving as well as of freezing. The Pennsylvania farmers carried their provisions to Philadelphia and got British gold in preference to the American paper money. A letter from F.L. Lee on behalf of the Committee of Congress, having the matter in charge, apprised Governor Henry of the critical condition of affairs, and his reply of January 20, 1778, shows not only his energy in meeting the demand, but his fearlessness in pointing out to Congress its own shortcomings. It is as follows. Williamsburg, Virginia, January 20th, 1778. Gentlemen, Francis Lightfoot Lee, Esquire. Letter for the Committee on the Subject Provisions filled me with concern and astonishment. I applied to the Deputy Commissary General to furnish some active persons for throwing an instant supply of provisions to the Army to answer the present exigency. I was told by him that he could get none such immediately, but he would write to his deputy to do the business. I thought this plan by no means satisfactory, for in the northwestern parts of the state in that deputy's quarter, I found upon enquiry that 8 or 10,000 hogs and several thousand fine beeves might have been had very lately in a few counties convenient to the camp. In order, therefore, to avoid blending my transactions with the commissaries, and to give dispatch and efficacy to the measure, I employed Abraham Height, Thomas Height, and James Barber, Esquire, gentlemen of character, to purchase instantly beef or pork, if beef could not be had, to the amount of 10,000 pounds, and drive it to camp in the most expeditious manner, and advance them the cash. I have also directed Colonel Simpson to seize 2,000 bushels of salt on the eastern shore, and send it to the head of Elk for the Grand Army, and to reserve 1,000 more to answer further orders that may become necessary. A galley is also ordered to carry 600 bushels along the western shore to Elk for the same purposes. In the article of flour, I have not meddled, thinking from Mr. Lee's letter that it was not wanting. By these several steps, the best which in the sudden exigency could be taken, I hope a temporary supply may be obtained. But, gentlemen, I cannot forbear some reflections on this occasion, which I beg you will be pleased to lay before Congress as the sentiments of the executive body of this state. It is with the deepest concern that the business of supplying provisions for the Grand Army is seen to fall into a state of uncertainty and confusion, and while that executive hath been more than once called upon to make up for deficiencies in that department, no reform is seen to take place. Although a great abundance of provisions might have been procured from Virginia, yet no animadversions that I know of have been made upon the conduct of those whose business it was to forward it to the army. In this situation of things, intelligence is given to me that from this state it is expected most of the supplies must be drawn. What may be inferred from this I do not well know. If any kind of superintendence or control over the commissariat is meant, Congress will please to recollect that the gentlemen in that office are not amenable to me. If it is expected that friendly assistance should be given, I am happy in saying this has been anticipated. Large loans of flour, meat, and salt have been made from time to time to great amount, nor will they be withheld but from the most absolute necessity. But I earnestly desire that it may be understood and remembered once for all that the executive power here has nothing to do with the commissary's business, that it holds itself guiltless of all the mischiefs which in future may arise from delinquency in that office. It will indeed be unworthy the character of a zealous American to entrench himself within the strict line of official duty, and there quietly behold the starving and dispersion of the American army. The genius of this country is not of that cast. I do not wish to avoid any labor which may serve the general interest and which cannot be executed better by others. But I had the mortification to know that the present business I have directed will be executed with great loss to the public. The pressing occasion puts the price of meat, etc., in the power of wicked, avaricious, and disaffected men. The value of money will be more and more lessened, the means of supporting public credit counteracted and defeated. I will not enumerate further the evils which must follow from suffering business of this vast import to remain in the channel where it is now going. Let it suffice to say that this country abounds with provisions for which the army is said to be almost starving, particularly that part of it nearest the camp. The executive has no authority over or connection with the commissariat. The temporary supply ordered to camp concludes the interference which is made in that business, and is kept as a distinct and separate transaction. But if in the course of future events it should become at any time necessary that the commissariat should receive any aid within the line of the executive power of this state, it will be afforded with the greatest pleasure. Yet in such a case it is much to be wished that as early notice as possible may be given of such necessity. The pain which government feels on this occasion, and which is generally diffused throughout the state, for the melancholy, the perilous situation of the American army, will be relieved when a reform takes place in that department, from mismanagement in which have flowed evils threatening the existence of American liberty. I beg leave, gentlemen, to apologize for the freedom of this letter. Congress will please to be assured of the most perfect regard of every member of the executive of Virginia. But that body would be wanting in the duty they owe to the great council of America and to their country, if they concealed any of their sentiments on a subject so alarming as the present. The honor and credit of that great council are conceived to be deeply concerned in rectifying what is wrong in these matters, and nothing but the highest regard and most anxious care to preserve that honor from aspersion should extort these painful observations from me. I pray for the prosperity and happiness of Congress as the guardians of America, and with the greatest esteem. I am, gentlemen, your very humble and most obedient servant, P. Henry. The supplies forwarded from Virginia were soon exhausted, and on February 19th, General Washington wrote Governor Henry, giving an alarming account of his condition. He said, "For several days past we have experienced little less than a famine in camp, and have had much cause to dread a general mutiny and dispersion. Our future prospects are, if possible, still worse. The magazines laid up, so far as my information reaches, are insignificant, totally incompetent to our necessities, and from every appearance there has been heretofore so astonishing a deficiency in providing that unless the most vigorous and effectual measures are at once everywhere adopted, the language is not too strong to declare that we shall not be able to make another campaign." But Washington knew well that, so far as it depended on the governor of Virginia, this ignominious result would never be permitted. He added, "I address myself to you, convinced that our alarming distresses will engage your most serious consideration, and that the full force of that zeal and vigor you have manifested upon every other occasion will now operate for our relief in a matter that so nearly affects the very existence of our contest." This letter caused Governor Henry again to exert his utmost energy to sustain Washington's army. He at once, in accordance with the general's suggestion, issued his proclamation informing the people of the needs of the army, and urging them immediately to put up and feed as many of their cattle as could be spared, that they might be driven to the army in May, June, and July. But he did not stop with this. He adopted measures for instant relief. Realizing the utter inefficiency of the purchasing agent appointed by Congress, he selected John Hopkins, a man in every way fitted for the business, and by his personal influence induced him to accept the position, for which he supplied him with money, and then reported his action to Congress for their approval. Mr. Hawkins was ordered by him in the meantime to engage and forward with the utmost dispatch to the army as much beef and bacon as their wants may require. The following letter to Richard Henry Lee in Congress shows to what pitch Governor Henry was aroused. Williamsburg, April 7, 1778. Your letter from Bellevue came to hand, my dear sir, by the last post, and I assure you I wish all your letters may be as long. As usual, I am in a great hurry, and seize a moment by this messenger to tell you that the necessity of adopting vigorous measures in the commissariat induced me to appoint Hawkins, over whom I exerted all my personal influence, and with great difficulty got him to undertake the business. He has given one half his salary, which appears at first view large, to an able hand, Richard Morris, who is a fine accountant and man of fortune. I am really shocked at the management of Congress in this department. John Moore's appointment gave me the most painful feelings. Good God! Our fate committed to a man utterly unable to perform the task assigned him. Raw, inexperienced, without weight, consequence, or acquaintance with men of business. Called into action at a time when distinguished talent only can save an army from perishing. I tell you, and I grieve at it, Congress will lose the respect due. But I forbear. 'Tis my business to exert all my powers for the common good. I must not be depended on for anything in that line if Hawkins is rejected by Congress. If he is continued, pray supply him with plenty of money. He is really superior to anyone in that way, and of established credit to any amount. I've advanced money and published repeated orders for the march of the new levies, and on receipt of yours have addressed the Continental officers on the subject. But there is great languor among them. I've sought for good hands to set out on the recruiting business you mention, and will make an effort, and by the success of that shall judge if anything can be done. Gilmore, I think, ought to be dealt with, but the powers of the executive will not reach so far as the seizing of papers. 'Tis indeed too much cramped. However, we'll think further on the subject. I am really so harassed by the great load of continental business thrown on me lately that I am ready to sink under my burden, and have thoughts of taking that rest that will, I doubt, soon become necessary. But my strength will not suffice. You are again traduced by a certain set, who have drawn in others who say that you are engaged in a scheme to discard General Washington. I know you too well to suppose you attempt anything not evidently calculated to serve the cause of Whiggism. To dismiss the general would not be so, ergo, etc. But it is your fate to suffer the constant attacks of disguised Tories, who take this measure to lessen you. Farewell, my dear friend. In praying for your welfare, I pray for that of my country, to which your life and service are of the last moment. I am in great haste, yours affectionately, P. Henry. To Richard Henry Lee, at Congress. If Colonel Lee was indeed implicated in the scheme to displace Washington, the latter portion of this letter must have been keenly felt, coming as it did from his warm personal friend. Mr. Hawkins entered upon the duties of commissary, imposed upon him by Governor Henry, but did not live very long to demonstrate the wisdom of his appointment. That wisdom, however, is strikingly attested by Mr. Jefferson in a letter to the governor, March 27, 1779, concerning the British prisoners in Virginia, in which he writes, I am mistaken if, for the animal subsistence of the troops hitherto, we are not principally indebted to the genius and exertions of Hawkins, during the very short time he lived after his appointment to that department by your board. As I immediately pervaded the state, it was reduced at once to a regular machine, to a system, and the whole put into movement and animation by the fiat of a comprehensive mind. Washington himself, however, took steps to apply the remedy needed to right the disordered departments. He persuaded General Nathaniel Greene to accept the office of Quartermaster General, and a change was also made in the commissariat, and order and efficiency soon took the place of the confusion which had so long prevailed. The appointment of Baron Steuben as Inspector General was also most fortunate, and in the spring of 1778, Washington entered upon a new campaign with his army, better drilled than ever before. Beyond doubt, however, the zeal and vigor of Governor Henry contributed largely to the continued existence of the American army during their bitter experience at Valley Forge, if indeed he did not prevent its disbanding. End of section 61. Section 62 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 22, Part 2. During this period of privation, an incident occurred which illustrated the regard of the Virginia Council for the personal comfort of Washington. On April 7, 1778, the following entry was made in the journal. The board being credibly informed that His Excellency General Washington has been unsupplied for some time past with many articles of living, which custom and great fatigues to which he is constantly exposed must make necessary to the preservation of his health, and considering that it may be impossible to provide these articles in the exhausted part of America, where the army is at present fixed, to advise the governor to direct the commissary of stores to procure a stock of good rum, wine, sugar, and such other articles as His Excellency may think needful, and send them on to headquarters. The present was forwarded April 18th, with a letter from the governor to which Washington responded May 16th, and after thanking him for the agreeable present, he added, "It is now on its way from the head of Elk. When it arrives, I make no doubt, but it will find us in a humor to do it all manner of justice." The treaties of commerce and alliance with Louis XVI were ratified by Congress on May 4, 1778, and Girard, the first French minister, arrived in July. In the meanwhile, the three British commissioners, Lord Carlisle, William Eden, and Governor Johnstone, arrived with the conciliatory offers of Parliament, and reaching Philadelphia June 6, they found Sir Henry Clinton, who had superseded Lord Howe in the act of evacuating the city. They at once set to work to win Congress from France, and did not hesitate to try bribery for the accomplishment of their purpose. Perhaps to no one in America was the news of the French alliance more grateful than to Governor Henry. He had predicted at the beginning of the strife that the causes which finally brought about that alliance would accomplish it, and upon this firm conviction he had expressed himself willing to enter into the unequal conflict. The fulfillment of his prediction had been long delayed, and he saw the credit of the United States rapidly wasting away, and with its decay, the chilling of that ardor which had kept up the army. He realized that the patriot cause was on the brink of an awful precipice, from which the French alliance only could save it. The idea of a return to any connection with Great Britain had become abhorrent to him, and he had no patience with the men who would listen for a moment to the proposals which involved an abandonment of independence. But we will let him express his feelings in his own nervous language. At the spring session of the legislature, he saw with pain that the opposition to Richard Henry Lee was still strong, and regarding him as one of the ablest advocates of the patriot cause, he feared that the opposition to his re-election to Congress was caused by the sympathy of some of his opponents with the British proposals. He thereupon wrote him the following letter. Williamsburg, June 18, 1778. My dear Sir, both your last letters came to hand today. I felt for you. On seeing the order in which the Paladin placed the delegates in Congress, it is an effect of that rancorous malice that has so long followed you through that arduous path of duty which you have invariably traveled since America resolved to resist her oppressors. Is it any pleasure to you to remark that at the same era in which these men figure against you, public spirit seems to have taken its flight from Virginia? It is too much the case, for the quota of our troops is not half made up, and no chance seems to remain for completing it. The Assembly voted 350 horse and 2,000 men to be forthwith raised and to join the Grand Army. Great bounties are offered, but I fear the only effect will be to expose our state to contempt, for I believe no soldiers will enlist, especially in the infantry. Can you credit it? No effort was made for supporting or restoring public credit. I pressed it warmly on some, but in vain. This is the reason we get no soldiers. We shall issue $50,000 or $60,000 in cash to equip the cavalry, and their time is to expire at Christmas. I believe they will not be in the field before that time. Let not Congress rely on Virginia for soldiers. I tell you my opinion. They will not be got here until a different spirit prevails. I look at the past condition of America as at a dreadful precipice, from which we have escaped by means of the generous French to whom I will be everlastingly bound by the most heartfelt gratitude. But I must mistake matters if some of those men who traduce you do not prefer the offers of Britain. You will have a different game to play now with the commissioners. How comes Governor Johnston there? I do not see how it comports with his past life. Surely Congress will never recede from our French friends. Salvation to America depends upon our holding fast our attachment to them. I shall date our ruin from the moment that it is exchanged for anything Great Britain can say or do. She can never be cordial with us. Baffled, defeated, disgraced by her colonies, she will ever meditate revenge. We can find no safety but in her ruin, or at least in her extreme humiliation, which has not happened and cannot happen until she is deluged with blood, or thoroughly purged by revolution, which shall wipe from existence the present king with his connections, and the present system with those who aid and abet it. For God's sakes, my dear sir, quit not the counsels of your country until you see us forever disjoined from Great Britain. The old leaven still works. The flesh pots of Egypt are still savory to degenerate palates. Again, we are undone if the French alliance is not religiously observed. Excuse my freedom. I know your love to our country, and this is my motive. May heaven give you health and prosperity. I am yours affectionately, Patrick Henry. To Richard Henry Lee. The day before this letter was written, Congress declined the British proposals. The commissioners, after making a second effort to treat with that body, which was not noticed by it, issued a manifesto addressed to Congress, to the provincial assemblies, and to all the inhabitants of the colonies, offering to treat with the assemblies separately, or with the colonies jointly, and proclaiming a general pardon to all who would withdraw from opposition to the British government. At the same time, they threatened vengeance on those who should persist in withholding their allegiance from the British king. They used the following language. The policy as well as the benevolence of Great Britain have thus far checked the extremes of war, when they tended to distress a people still considered as our fellow subjects, and to desolate a country shortly to become a source of mutual advantage. But when that country professes the unnatural design, not only of estranging herself from us, but of mortgaging herself and her resources to our enemies, the whole contest is changed, and the question is how far Great Britain may, by every means in her power, destroy or render useless a connection contrived for her ruin and for the aggrandizement of France. Under such circumstances, the laws of self-preservation must direct the conduct of Great Britain, and if the British colonies are to become an accession to France, will direct her to render that accession of as little avail as possible to her enemy. To this threat of extermination, Congress replied with dignity and firmness, contrasting their mode of conducting the war with that pursued by Great Britain. They said, "Should she persist in her present career of barbarity, we will take such exemplary vengeance as shall deter others from a like conduct." The commissioners failed to make any more impression on the state assemblies than they had done on Congress. A special messenger in the person of a British officer was sent by them to Virginia, the fate of whose mission is detailed in the following extract from the House Journal, under date October 17, 1778. His Excellency the Governor, having received information from Major Thomas Matthews, the officer commanding at Fort Henry, that a British officer has arrived there, charged with dispatches from the enemy at New York, directed to the Speaker of the Assembly, to the several officers of government in this state, and the ministers of the gospel, which Major Matthews has refused to receive, till he shall know the pleasure of the governor therein, and he having laid the said information before this House, and requested their advice how he shall proceed. Resolved, therefore, that His Excellency the Governor be requested to inform Major Matthews that this House highly approved his conduct in refusing to receive the several dispatches brought by the British officer from New York. Resolved, that His Excellency the Governor be requested to direct Major Thomas Matthews to inform the officer charged with the dispatches from New York that they look on this attempt as calculated to mislead and divide the good people of this country, and that they highly resent the behavior of him and those who sent him, as they must know that this state ought to hold no such correspondence with the enemy of America. Resolved, that His Excellency the Governor be requested to direct Major Matthews to order the officer charged with the dispatches to depart the state with the same, and to inform him that in future any person making a like attempt shall be secured as an enemy to America. The failure of the commissioners had been anticipated by the government before they sailed, and orders had been given for a more cruel prosecution of the war in the ensuing campaign, in which the Indians along the western and southern frontier were to play an important part. In order, however, to prevent, if possible, the ratification of the French treaty, or to frame an excuse for such conduct, a copy of the conciliatory acts had been transmitted to Congress before they had knowledge of the treaty. To the honor of that body, be it said, they expressed their disapproval of the offer and the determination to abide by their Declaration of Independence at all hazards. It has been a matter of discussion among historians whether the United States would have been able to maintain their independence without the aid of France. Without going into the discussion here, it is interesting to find that three of the most ardent and hopeful of the leaders in the Revolution seemed convinced that the cause would probably have been lost, but for the foreign aid which was obtained. We have seen the strong expression of his fears by Governor Henry in his letter to Lee of June 18, 1778. In the Journal of Arthur Lee, under date September 30th, 1777, we find this entry. I read a paragraph to the commissioners in my brother Richard Henry Lee's letter, stating that without an alliance with France and Spain, with a considerable loan to support their funds, it would be difficult to maintain their independence. That Washington agreed with Henry and Lee is made plain by his published correspondence. The immediate effect of the alliance with France was to induce a reliance on her aid, and a consequent relaxation of effort on the part of the Americans, which was of great injury to their cause. While the legislature of Virginia at its May session ordered the requisite number of troops to be raised by voluntary enlistments to fill the state's quota in the Continental Army, they did nothing to give value to the currency, and they left the governor powerless to obey their order. The bounties offered by this act were so valueless by reason of the depreciated currency, and the prices paid for substitutes by the drafted militia were so high, and that service so greatly preferable, that Governor Henry had no hope of keeping Virginia's quota of regular troops in the field, and on June 18, 1778, he frankly wrote the President of Congress to that effect. His embarrassment was the greater as the terms of enlistment for the first 9 Virginia regiments expired early in 1778. But the energies of the governor during his second term were not alone devoted to the support of the regular army. The Indians were a continual source of trouble. The persistent attacks upon the Kentucky settlements induced the council to give to Colonel John Todd 250 men for their defense. A much larger force was needed, however, for the protection of the settlements east of the Ohio. The Indian tribes on the western side of that river were constantly incited to violence by the British agents, and so serious became their hostilities that Congress in the spring of 1777 directed General Hand, stationed at Pittsburgh, to embody a large force of militia and attack the Indian settlements. This order involved the calling out from the counties in Virginia adjacent to Pittsburgh a portion of their militia. This General Hand attempted to do by his own mandate, and in doing so caused what was doubtless the first conflict of federal and state authorities. The governor behaved with firmness and discretion on the occasion. He wrote to General Hand and to Congress, claiming, under the Constitution of the state, the sole right to embody her militia, but adding that by this claim he did not mean to impede the service General Hand was sent upon, but on the contrary, would forward it, by himself giving orders to the several county lieutenants adjacent to Fort Pitt to embody as many of the militia as General Hand might need, and to march them under their proper officers to such places as General Hand might direct, of which report must be made to the executive. He gave orders accordingly to the county lieutenants of Youghioghenia, Monongahela, Ohio, Hampshire, Butterford, Augusta, Dunmore, and Frederick. In order to avoid the complications of the militia law, however, the governor afterward determined to raise a sufficient volunteer force. Some 4 or 5 companies were accordingly raised in the counties of Augusta, Butterford, and Greenbrier, who under the command of Colonel Skillern marched to Fort Randolph, which had been erected at Point Pleasant, where General Hand was to meet them. End of section 62. Section 63 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 22, Conclusion. The fort was commanded by Captain Arbuckle, who had been visited in the summer by the great Shawanese chief, Cornstalk, accompanied by a Delaware chief, Red Hawk, a companion in arms 3 years before its bloody battle, which had occurred upon the site of the fort. There was a third chief in the party whose name has not been preserved. Cornstalk had been faithful to the stipulations of his treaty with Dunmore, and now when he found that the British agents were confederating the western tribes against the Americans, he used all his eloquence to dissuade his own tribe from joining with them. Finding he was likely to fail, he determined to visit the fort and inform the Americans of the condition of affairs. He frankly told Captain Arbuckle what the British were doing, and that all the nations except himself and his own tribe had determined to engage with them. And he added, "The current sets so strong against the Americans that my tribe will float with it, I fear, in spite of all my exertions." Upon hearing this, Captain Arbuckle determined to detain the 3 chiefs as hostages to prevent, if possible, the meditated hostilities. He at once communicated the facts to Governor Henry, who took steps resulting in the raising of the volunteer force now assembled at the fort. While waiting for General Hand to come down the river from Pittsburgh, the Virginia officers held frequent conversations with Cornstalk, who seemed to take pleasure in describing the country west of the Ohio. One day in November, while he was drawing for them with chalk upon the floor a map of the country with its water streams, a voice was heard from the opposite side of the river. Cornstalk immediately recognized the voice of his son, Alanipsico, walked to the door and answered him. The young chief then crossed over, and they embraced each other in the most tender and affectionate manner. The young man had become uneasy at the prolonged absence of his father, and came to inquire the cause. On the next day, a council of officers was held, to which Cornstalk was invited. He seemed to be impressed with the presentiment of his approaching end. In addressing the council, he said, "When I was young and went to war, I thought that might be the last time, and I would return no more. I still lived. Now I am in the midst of you, and you may kill me if you please. I can die but once, and it is all one to me, now or another time." This last declaration concluded every sentence of his speech. While the council was in session, two young men, Hamilton and Gilmore, who had been hunting across the Kanawha and were returning to the fort, were fired upon by some Indians concealed in the weeds on the bank of the river, and Gilmore was killed. The two men were members of Captain John Hall's company from Rockbridge County, and Gilmore was a kinsman of the captain. Some of his company immediately jumped into a canoe and went to the relief of Hamilton, who was calling to them on the bank in momentary expectation of death. Having taken in Hamilton, they went for the body of Gilmore and placed it in the canoe. It was scalped and covered with blood. The men then pushed for the opposite bank, becoming more and more infuriated as they beheld the body of their dead comrade. Captain Arbuckle and John Stewart of the Greenbrier Company were standing on the bank and witnessed the crossing of Captain Hall's men. Stewart expressed his fears that the men would be for killing the hostages, but Arbuckle could not believe that they would commit so great a crime as to kill helpless hostages in no wise accessory to the murder of Gilmore. Scarcely had the canoe touched the shore, however, when the cry was heard, "Let us kill the Indians in the fort," and the men, with Captain Hall at their head, came up the bank gun in hand and pale with rage. Arbuckle and Stewart met them and did their best to dissuade them from so foul a deed, but with cocked guns they threatened death to anyone interfering, and they rushed toward the fort. The wife of the interpreter at the fort had been a prisoner among the Indians, and bore the prisoners much affection. She heard the threats and ran to their cabin to tell them that the soldiers were coming to kill them, because the Indians who killed Gilmore had come with Alanipsico the day before. He utterly denied it, and protested he knew nothing of them. His father, seeing him show some alarm, said with perfect self-possession, "My son, the Great Spirit has seen fit that we should die together, and has sent you to that end. It is His will. Let us submit." They were sitting upon stools. Almost instantly the men were heard approaching. The brave old hero arose from his seat and met them at the door. The crack of 7 rifles was heard, and he fell pierced with 7 bullets and expired without a struggle. His son was shot dead as he sat upon the stool, and Red Hawk was killed while, panic-stricken, he was attempting to hide in the chimney. The fourth chief was shamefully mangled and was long in the agonies of death. Thus perished the mighty Cornstalk, chief of the Shawnees, and king of the Northern Confederacy of 1774, one of the greatest of Indian chieftains, ever inclined to honorable peace, and friendly to the white race when his country's wrongs called aloud to battle. He became the thunderbolt of war. Unlike his race, he waged no war upon the unprotected and defenseless, but chose rather to meet his enemies girded for battle in open conflict. His noble bearing, his generous attachment to the Americans in spite of the arts of unscrupulous British emissaries, his exposure of himself to prevent the desolation of the Virginia frontier, and the untimely and perfidious death which was his reward, excited the deepest indignation against his barbarous murderers, and most bitterly did the whites feel the vengeance of his tribe. A few days after this outrage, General Hand reached the fort without provisions and having failed to raise any force in Pennsylvania. The Virginians had found no provisions for them at the fort, and now General Hand's mismanagement left them nothing to do but to return to their homes, and the expedition was abandoned. The frontier was at once thrown into the greatest alarm, expecting the Indians to avenge the murders at the fort. Colonel William Preston of Montgomery County wrote a letter to the governor informing him of the danger impending, and at the same time the executive received a letter from the Board of War and a memorial from the inhabitants of Greenbrier County on the same subject. No one could feel more indignant at the foul deed which was threatening to drench the frontier in blood than Governor Henry, but he did not allow his feelings to delay the steps required by the occasion. The following entry in the Executive Journal for February 19, 1778 shows with what promptness, wisdom, and propriety he acted. The board resumed the consideration of the letters received from Colonel William Preston and the Board of War, and also the memorial of the inhabitants of Greenbrier on the subject of the dangerous situation of our western and northwestern frontiers, in consequence of the late murder of the Cornstalk and other Shawanese Indians at Fort Randolph. His Excellency the Governor was pleased to propose the following plan of defense, viz., to give directions for putting all the guns in that part of the country into good repair, to furnish 1 pound of lead to each militiaman, they being supposed to be possessed of powder sufficient for the present, to direct trusty scouts to range towards the enemy's country, to advise proper stockades for receiving the helpless inhabitants wherever the savages may have it in their power to penetrate, to direct the county lieutenants of Buttertort and Montgomery to consult together on the expediency of establishing a post near the mouth of Elk River, or keeping up the correspondence between Greenbrier and Fort Randolph, and checking the incursions of the enemy, and to do in that matter as they shall judge best, to reinforce the garrison at Fort Randolph with 50 men from the militia of Buttertort, and to give directions that earnest and close pursuit after the foremost scalping parties be made in order to discourage others. His Excellency also observed upon the necessity which in his opinion there is for endeavoring to conciliate the affections of those Indians, and in order thereto of bringing the perpetrators of that murder to condign punishment, for effecting which he proposed to answer Colonel Preston's letter by telling him that if he were not convinced it would be wrong to expose the inhabitants generally to that resentment which a few only deserved, he should decline taking any measures at all for a defensive war, but that if the frontier inhabitants expected the exertions of the government in their favor on any future occasion, they must endeavor to apprehend and deliver up to justice the persons concerned in that murder, who are all said to be well known and may be easily secured that the generality of the people in those parts are disposed to do it, and that should they neglect this opportunity of giving that proof of their abhorrence of an act, which not only is most cruel and unjust, but has, moreover, drawn on their country other enemies, when those we already had required the utmost exertions of America, they must expect to be left to feel the vengeance which from their situation they are most exposed to, and which in that case they will so well deserve. Of all which the board expressed their approbation and advised the governor to give orders to carry an above plan into execution. The governor accordingly prepared letters on the foregoing subject to Colonels Preston and Fleming, and so far as respects the measures to be taken for the defense and security of the frontiers, similar letters were written to the county lieutenant, Colonel Campbell of Washington. On March 27th, the governor, in compliance with the request of Colonels Preston and Fleming, ordered that 50 men from Buttertort and 50 men from Greenbrier be stationed at Kelly's as a post of communication with Fort Randolph, and that 50 men from Rockbridge be thrown into Fort Randolph. To these precautions the governor added efforts at conciliation. He offered a reward for the apprehension of the murderers of the chiefs at Fort Randolph, and when Congress also made the effort to conciliate the justly offended savages, he, acting under a resolution of that body, appointed Andrew Lewis and John Walker to meet the Delaware, Shawanese, and other tribes invited to meet at Pittsburgh on July 23rd for the purpose, if possible, of preventing an Indian war. The efforts at conciliation proved abortive. Captains Hall and Hugh Galbraith were arrested and brought before the county court of Rockbridge for the murder of Cornstalk and his companions, but the trial was only a farce, as they were discharged because no one appeared to testify against them. The Indians declined the overtures of peace, and the Shawanese, fired with a desire for revenge, now joined heartily with their neighbors in hostilities. In May 1778, a force of more than 200 warriors appeared before Fort Randolph and laid siege to it for a week. The place was successfully defended by a small force under Captain McKee, then in command. Abandoning the attack upon the fort, they made a raid into Greenbrier and penetrated to the vicinity of Louisburg. They were repulsed by a force led by Captain John Stewart and Colonel Samuel Lewis and driven from the country. Higher up, the savages broke into the beautiful Wyoming Valley of Pennsylvania and perpetrated the brutal massacre of the inhabitants, which has become so celebrated in prose and verse. Upon the failure of General Hand to organize the expedition he was ordered to conduct, Congress directed that General McIntosh, a Georgian, experienced as an Indian fighter, be sent with a large force against Detroit, the residence of Henry Hamilton, the British governor, who with great cruelty continually incited the Indians to the massacre of the Americans. A portion of the regular army was detailed for this service, among which was the 13th Virginia Regiment, but the main reliance was upon the militia. Of these, Virginia was required to furnish 2,000 men, and in addition 5,000 horses, together with the ammunition, provisions, and other military stores required for the expedition. This requisition was received about July 1778, and the governor found himself powerless to fill it in time for a successful campaign, which the winter would render impracticable. Indeed, Congress seemed to consider the resources of Governor Henry well nigh exhaustless, or such a requisition would not have been made upon him so soon after his great efforts in behalf of the Continental Army. In a letter of July 8, 1778, addressed to the President of Congress, Governor Henry clearly pointed out the impossibility of arranging for such an expedition at that time, adding, "The miseries of the people of Virginia who live exposed to the assaults of the savages affect me most sensibly, and in my anxiety to see something doing for their protection, I hope for excuse from Congress when I suggest that if an expedition is directed against the hostile tribes nearest our frontiers, very good consequences might result. Such a step seems to be free from the objections which are hinted against the attack of Detroit, where a post would be difficult to maintain, while the great intermediate country is occupied by hostile Indians, and from which it seems easy for the enemy to retreat with all their stores while they are superior upon the adjacent waters." This advice was heeded, and Congress, by resolution, directed the expedition against Detroit to be laid aside for the present, and General McIntosh to carry the war into the Indian country as he might deem best. This the governor aided by putting the militia of the counties nearest to Pittsburgh at the disposal of General McIntosh. An expedition was undertaken which proceeded as far as Tuscarawas River, upon whose banks Fort Lawrence was established and garrisoned by 150 men under Colonel John Gibson. The remainder of the force then returned to Pittsburgh. During the next year, Fort Lawrence was abandoned, and thus the expedition was fruitless. End of section 63. Section 64, Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 23, Part 1. In striking contrast with these failures of congressional plans was the brilliant success of the expedition of George Rogers Clark, sent out by Governor Henry in the year 1778, which did not indeed accomplish the capture of Detroit, but which was more effectual in that it resulted in the capture of the British governor, Henry Hamilton, and the occupation of the country between the Ohio and the Mississippi rivers. When we consider the small force employed, the boldness of the enterprise, the brilliancy of its execution, and the vast consequences which have resulted from it, this expedition may well challenge all history for a parallel. Clark, who suggested the expedition, had only the safety of Kentucky from Indian incursions at heart. But Governor Henry, in sending it out, had greater objects in view, the accomplishment of which has changed the history of the United States and made it possible for them to extend across the continent. A glance at the map of North America will reveal two most remarkable waterways, the possession of which gives control of the continent. Both take their rise in the center of the continent, the one in the Lake of the Woods, from which it flows eastward through a chain of the largest lakes in the world, and empties through the St. Lawrence into the Atlantic Ocean. The other, the Mississippi, rising in the same vicinity, flows southward into the Gulf of Mexico. This last is the most important river in the world. Of great length and volume, it stretches its Briarean arms to the Alleghanies on the east and to the Rocky Mountains on the west, holding in its embrace the heart of the continent. Governor Henry clearly saw that upon these great arteries depended the growth, if not the life, of the new republic, and he set himself to secure the more important of the two, trusting to Congress to secure the other. We are most fortunate in having Clark's own account of this memorable expedition and of the circumstances which led to it, and we have the journal of one of his officers, covering the period of his most remarkable achievement. The British occupation of the country between the Ohio and Mississippi was secured by a chain of forts reaching from Detroit at the mouth of Lake Huron to Kaskaskia, very near where the river of that name empties into the Mississippi, above the mouth of the Ohio. These forts were not only military stations whose garrisons kept the country in subjection, but they were storehouses at which supplies were gathered, which were used in securing the friendship of the native tribes and in furnishing them for those murderous raids upon the frontiers which have made infamous the British conduct of the American War. Upon Clark's return to Kentucky in 1777, he had become so impressed with the fact that from these forts issued the evil influences which were continually staining Kentucky soil with blood, and he determined to inform himself of their condition and liability to attack. He therefore sent during the summer 2 young hunters as spies to visit the forts from Kaskaskia to the Wabash River and report their condition. These young men soon returned with very full information. They reported the Indians gone to war, and only small garrisons left in the forts, most of the soldiers having been withdrawn to defend Detroit from the attack threatened from Pittsburgh. The French population they found showing some inclination toward the United States, though the British were constantly endeavoring to inflame their minds against them. With this information, Clark set out for Williamsburg in the fall of 1777, having for his main object the settlement of his accounts in reference to the Kentucky militia, of which he was the commander. Some of the Kentuckians looked to him for an enterprise for their relief. Others expected him to join the army in Virginia and never to return to them. He left the country reluctantly and with a promise of return to their assistance. He had determined, for reasons not expressed, not to have any further command whatever, without he should find a very great call for troops and his country in danger. Upon his arrival at Williamsburg, he proceeded to settle his accounts, watching in the meanwhile the disposition of those in power in the events of the war. He soon found that the Americans were as sorely pressed by the English from the seaside as they were by the Indians from the western wilderness. The capture of Burgoyne, however, put a different aspect upon affairs and induced him to suggest to a few leading men, George Wythe, George Mason, and Thomas Jefferson, the plan of attacking the British posts in the Illinois country. These gentlemen communicated with the governor, and on December 10, 1777, Clark had an interview with him. Governor Henry eagerly seized upon the suggestion, and on the morning of the day sent a special message to the legislature, then in session, asking for such authority as he needed to carry it out. Success depended upon secrecy, and the three men bled into the secret undertook to get the bill through the body without revealing its object. The House Journal of December 10, 1777, shows the receipt of the governor's letter and the following action on it. Resolved, that the governor be empowered with the advice of the council to order such part of the militia of this commonwealth as may be most convenient, and as they shall judge necessary, consistently with the security of this commonwealth, to act with any troops on an expedition that may be undertaken against any of our western enemies. A bill was passed accordingly, which gave the governor all the power he wanted. The governor then made the most particular inquiries of several gentlemen at Williamsburg, who were well acquainted with the situation of the British posts, and questioned Clark closely as to his plans, including the chances of retreat across the Mississippi in case of defeat, where the Spaniards, it was believed, would afford protection. The result was the determination at once to make ready the expedition. Clark was summoned to attend the council and was urged to accept the command. He tells us, "It was far from my inclination at that time. However, I accepted it after being told the command of this little army was designed for me." The following entry in the Executive Journal shows the action taken in setting on foot this memorable enterprise. Friday, January 2nd, 1778. Present, His Excellency, John Page, Dudley Diggs, John Blair, Nathaniel Harrison, and David Jameson, Esquires. The governor informed the council that he had some conversation with several gentlemen who were well acquainted with the western frontiers of Virginia, and the situation of the post at Kaskaskia, held by the British King's forces, where there are many pieces of cannon and military stores to a considerable amount, and that he was informed the place was at present held by a very weak garrison, which induced him to believe that an expedition against it might be carried on with success, but that he wished the advice of the council on the occasion. Whereupon they advised His Excellency to set on foot the expedition against Kaskaskia, with as little delay and as much secrecy as possible, and for the purpose to issue his warrant upon the treasure for £1,200, payable to Colonel George Rogers Clark, who is willing to undertake the service, he giving bond and security faithfully to account for the same. And the council further advised the governor to draw up proper instructions for Colonel Clark. His Excellency having prepared the instructions accordingly, the same were read, approved of, and are as follows, viz. Colonel Clark, you are to proceed with all convenient speed to raise 7 companies of soldiers, to consist of 50 men each, officered in the usual manner, and armed most probably for the enterprise, and with this force attacked the British post at Kakaski. It is conjectured that there are many pieces of cannon and military stores to considerable amount at that place, the taking and preservation of which would be a valuable acquisition to the state. If you are so fortunate, therefore, as to succeed in your expedition, you will take every possible measure to secure the artillery and stores, and whatever may advantage the state. For the transportation of the troops, provisions, etc., down the Ohio, you are to apply at the commanding officer of Fort Pitt for boats, and during the whole transaction you are to take special care to keep the true destination of your force secret. Its success depends upon this. Orders are therefore given to Captain Smith to secure the 2 men from Kakaski. Similar conduct will be proper in similar cases. It is earnestly desired that you show humanity to such British subjects and other persons as fall in your hands. If the white inhabitants at the post and the neighborhood will give undoubted evidence of their attachments to this state, for it is certain they live within its limits, by taking the tests prescribed by law and by every other ways and means in their power, let them be treated as fellow citizens, and their persons and property duly secured. Assistance and protection against all enemies whatever shall be afforded them, and the Commonwealth of Virginia is pledged to accomplish it. But if these people will not accede to these reasonable demands, they must feel the miseries of war, under the direction of that humanity that has hitherto distinguished Americans, and which it is expected you will ever consider as the rule of your conduct, and from which you are in no instance to depart. The corps you are to command are to receive the pay and allowance of militia, and to act under the laws and regulations of this state, now in force as militia. The inhabitants at this post will be informed by you that in case they accede to the offers of becoming citizens of this Commonwealth, a proper garrison will be maintained among them, and every attention bestowed to render their commerce beneficial. The fairest prospects being open to the dominions of both France and Spain, it is in contemplation to establish a post near the mouth of the Ohio. Cannon will be wanted to fortify it. Part of those at Kakaski will be easily brought thither or otherwise secured, as circumstances will make necessary. You are to apply to General Hand for powder and lead necessary for this expedition. If he can't supply it, the person who has that which Captain Lynn brought from Orleans can. Lead was sent to Hampshire by my orders, and that may be delivered to you. The humane spirit in which this paper was conceived has been greatly applauded by historians. One writer on Kentucky, speaking of the instructions, says, they form a monument of durable glory in the revolutionary annals of our parent state. In order to encourage enlistments, the 3 gentlemen who undertook to procure the necessary legislation also pledged themselves to use every exertion to obtain a grant of a bounty of 300 acres of land for each soldier who might enlist. It will be seen that it was the design of the governor to establish a post near the mouth of the Ohio, in order that it might command both rivers. This is the first time that we meet with such a suggestion, and it appears to have been the conception of Governor Henry, in order to hold the Mississippi as a western boundary. Butler, in his History of Kentucky, gives the credit of this politic measure to Governor Jefferson, basing his conclusion on a letter of express instruction written by Governor Jefferson, June 28, 1778. The letter is not given, and if it was written by the governor of Virginia at that date, it was the letter of Governor Henry. If it was indeed written by Mr. Jefferson, it was subsequent to the instructions of Governor Henry to Clark. The fort was not erected until 1780, when Mr. Jefferson was governor, and thus the impression doubtless originated that he first designed it. It is now seen, however, that the credit is due not to the comprehensive mind of this statesman, but to that of Governor Henry. The secrecy required for the expedition would have been prevented had these instructions been used in raising the force. Governor Henry therefore gave Clark another paper to be used in recruiting his little army. It was as follows: Lieutenant Colonel George Rogers Clark, you are to proceed without loss of time to enlist 7 companies of men, officered in the usual manner, to act as militia under your own orders. They are to proceed to Kentucky, and there to obey such orders and directions as you shall give them, for 3 months after their arrival at that place, but to receive pay, etc., in case they remain on duty a longer time. You are empowered to raise these men in any county in the Commonwealth, and the county lieutenants, respectively, are requested to give all possible assistance in that business. Given under my hand at Williamsburg, January 2nd, 1778. P. Henry. End of section 64. Section 65 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 23, Part 2. In addition to these instructions, Colonel Clark was ordered verbally, in case of success, to carry his arms to any quarter he pleased. He left Williamsburg January 18, 1778, having advanced 150 pounds to Major William Smith to recruit men on the Holston, with orders to meet him in Kentucky. Captain Leonard Helm of Fauquier and Captain Joseph Bowman of Frederick each promised to raise a company and meet him in February at Redstone Old Fort. Clark himself went into West Augusta and to Pittsburgh, contracting for stores and appointing recruiting officers, among whom he mentions Captain William Harrod. He soon found that many men of influence were exerting themselves to prevent the recruiting of his little army, not knowing its destination, but believing his design to be to carry his men into Kentucky. Captain Helms's authority was questioned, and he was so impeded thereby that he was forced to send to the governor to get his conduct ratified. Clark found strong opposition in the country around Pittsburgh, where the inhabitants were divided between Virginia and Pennsylvania on the question of boundary. The lower class of the Pennsylvania party were unwilling to enlist at the call of Virginia, and the better class of both parties were unwilling to furnish men for the defense of Kentucky, while their own frontier was so constantly troubled by the Indians. Clark was soon convinced that he would not be able to raise the whole force he desired, without which he despaired of carrying out his design of finally attacking Detroit. He says, I found my case desperate. The longer I remained, the worse it was. I plainly saw that my principal design was baffled. I was resolved to push to Kentucky with what men I could gather in West Augusta, being joined by Captains Bowman and Helm, who had each raised a company for the expedition, but 2/3 of them was stopped by the undesigned enemies to the country that I before mentioned. On the whole, I had about 150 men collected and set sail for the falls. I had previous to this received letters from Captain Smith on Holston, informing me that he intended to meet me at that place with near 200 men, which encouraged me much, as I was in hopes of being enabled by that reinforcement at least to attack the Illinois, with a probability of success, etc. On May 12th, he set out from Redstone, and taking in his stores at Pittsburgh and Wheeling, he proceeded with caution down the river. At the mouth of the Kanawha, Captain Harrod's company joined him. His officers had been able to recruit only those who had friends in Kentucky, or who desired to see that country, and with these there went a number of families and private adventurers. Expresses were sent to Kentucky to direct Captain Smith to join him at the Falls of the Ohio. Upon arriving at that point, Clark encamped upon a small island in the middle of the falls. Here he was joined, not by Captain Smith with 4 companies, but by Captain Dillard with only a part of a company. The balance of the force he had confidently expected with Captain Smith having been prevented from marching by the opposition of the communities in which they lived. He was glad to welcome here Captain Montgomery with some Kentuckians, though few in number. Clark now set a strict guard upon the boats to prevent desertions and commenced to discipline his little force. When he informed his men of their destination, Lieutenant Hutchings of Dillard's company asked leave to return, and being refused, deserted with his men. A few of the deserters were taken next day. The rest of Clark's men consented to follow him, and on June 24th, with the sun in total eclipse, he left the falls and the families that had accompanied him thus far, and dropped down to the mouth of the Tennessee, where they captured a boatload of hunters who were only 8 days from Kaskaskia. From these he learned all that he desired about the post. He had been greatly encouraged by a letter from Colonel Campbell, written from Pittsburgh, informing him of the treaty between France and America. But still his situation was enough to discourage anyone of a less heroic temper. He had only 4 companies, commanded by Captains John Montgomery, Joseph Bowman, Leonard Helm, and William Harrod, and with these he was about to march to attack a fort garrisoned by trained soldiers, and through a country filled with hostile tribes of Indians. In case of defeat, he must either escape across the Mississippi or perish, as he would be more than 100 miles from the Kentucky settlements. He was nothing daunted, however. Leaving the river, he plunged with his brave men into the wilderness, led by a guide whose life was the pledge of his good faith. The party had a scant commissary, as they found but little game. On July 4th, 1778, they arrived within a few miles of the fort, and prepared to take it by surprise. A soldier from the garrison who was hunting was taken prisoner, and at night, under his guidance, Clark, with a part of his command, entered the fort by a postern gate left open on the riverside. The rest of the command surrounded the town, and both town and fort were taken possession of without a drop of bloodshed. Monsieur Rocheblave, the commandant, was captured in the fort. Among his papers were his instructions to stir up Indian wars and give rewards for scalps. There being a large admixture of French in the town, Clark soon won them to the American cause, which their king had embraced. Among those who were his firmest friends was Pierre Guibon, a Catholic priest who had lately come from Canada, and who proved to be of the greatest advantage to him. In a few days, Cahokia, about 60 miles up the Mississippi, was in the possession of the Virginians, the inhabitants having been won over through the aid of some of the French from Kaskaskia. Clark next laid his plans for an attack upon the post at St. Vincent's, on the Wabash River. The priest, however, begged to be permitted to visit that place, promising to win it over. Taking with him some Frenchmen and a proclamation from Clark, he in a few days reported complete success, and the Virginians soon occupied that important post. Finding himself in possession of the important British forts other than Detroit, Clark next turned his attention to the native tribes, and showed himself to be a master of Indian diplomacy. He dealt in no soft speeches, and always waited for them to make the first advance toward treaties of peace. He prepared an admirable address in Indian style, explaining the causes of the American struggle. In it, he boldly told the Indians that the Big Knives were ready for peace or war, and invited them to take their choice. This, with his capture of the British forts, had a wonderful effect, and 13 tribes sued for peace. Clark now found himself straitened for men to hold his conquests. The time for which his little army had enlisted was about to expire, and the greater part of the men were for returning home. By liberal presents and promises, he prevailed upon about 100 to remain with him for 8 months longer, and he filled the places of those returning with French recruits as far as possible. He stationed Captain Bowman at Cahokia and Captain Helm at St. Vincent's, each with a small force. With the returning soldiers, he sent Rocheblanc, a prisoner, in charge of Captain John Montgomery, and letters from himself and Captain Helm to the governor, which gave information of his great success, and of the taking of the oath of allegiance by the inhabitants of the captured towns. Captain William Lynn was ordered to return also, and to establish a fort at the falls of the Ohio. The letters reached Williamsburg November 16, 1778, and the governor on the same day communicated their contents to the Assembly and to the Virginia delegates in Congress. In his letter to the latter, he offered to order Colonel Clark to cooperate with any expedition which Congress might send into the western country. He added, were it possible to secure the St. Lawrence and prevent the English attempts up that river by seizing some post on it, peace with the Indians would seem to me to be secured. The Assembly voted a resolution of thanks to Colonel Clark and his brave men, and took measures to secure the fruits of their heroism. An act was passed establishing the county of Illinois to embrace the territory between the Ohio and the Mississippi, and the governor was directed to appoint a lieutenant or commandant-in-chief for the county, and to raise a force of 500 men to serve within it. He was also directed to take steps for the establishment of trade between that country and New Orleans. On December 12, 1778, Governor Henry appointed Colonel John Todd of Kentucky lieutenant of the new county. Lieutenant Colonel John Montgomery was directed to superintend the recruiting of 5 new companies. Captain Isaac Shelby to procure the necessary boats to transport the troops down the Cherokee River, and James Buchanan to provide the provisions needed for them. Governor Henry prepared the instructions to Colonels Clark, Todd, and Montgomery. Happily, these papers were spread upon the journal, and are thus preserved to us. No one can read them without being impressed with the statesmanship of the author. In the meanwhile, Clark's situation became critical. The abandonment by General McIntosh of his expedition against Detroit left Governor Hamilton free to attempt the recovery of his lost forts, with a force estimated at from 500 to 800 men, mostly Indians from the Six Nations. He descended the Wabash and recaptured St. Vincent's, December 15th. He then dispatched a part of his force to Kaskaskia with orders to capture Clark, but they found him too strong to attempt it and returned. On January 29, 1779, Colonel Francis Vigo, a Spanish merchant at St. Louis, who had visited St. Vincent's at the instance of Clark, returned with accurate information as to Hamilton's force and plans. From him, Clark learned that Hamilton had abandoned the idea of attacking him during the winter, but he was fortifying himself and preparing for operations on a large scale so soon as the season permitted. His plans included not only the driving of Clark from the Illinois country, but the destruction of the Kentucky settlements, and of all those west of the Alleghanies in Virginia up to Pittsburgh. He was relying on an additional force of 700 Indians, which would make his army about 1,500 strong, and was provided with all necessary arms, including light cannon. In the meanwhile, he had sent out his Indian allies to make war on the frontier and block up the Ohio, and had only 80 men with him at St. Vincent's. Clark had heard not a word from Virginia since he left it, and could not rely on reinforcements from that quarter, as he did not even know whether his express had gotten safely through to Williamsburg. With true genius, he saw that his safety depended upon his attacking Hamilton, while his Indians were away, and he at once determined upon what, under the circumstances, seemed a desperate venture. On February 3rd, 1779, the day after Vigo's return to Kaskaskia, Clark wrote Governor Henry of his situation and added, "I shall set out in a few days with all the force I can raise of my own troops, and a few militia that I can depend on, amounting in the whole to only 170 men, part of which go on board a small galley mounting 2 4-pounders and 4 large swivels, 1 9-pounder on board. This boat is to make her way good if possible, and take her station 10 leagues below St. Vincent's until further orders. If I am defeated, she is to join Colonel Rogers on the Mississippi. She has great stores of ammunition on board, commanded by Lieutenant John Rogers. I shall march across by land myself with the rest of my boys. The principal persons that follow me on this forlorn hope are Captains Joseph Bowman, John Williams, Edward Worthing, Richard McCarty, and Francis Charleville. Lieutenant Richard Brashear, William Keller, Absalom Chaplin, Juno Gerald, and Juno Bailey, and several brave subalterns. End of section 65. Section 66 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 23, Conclusion. You must be sensible of the feeling I have for those brave officers and soldiers that are willing to share my fate, let it be what it will. I know the case is desperate, but, sir, we must either quit the country or attack Mr. Hamilton. No time is to be lost. Were I sure of reinforcements, I should not attempt it. Who knows what fortune will do for us? Great things have been effected by a few men well conducted. Perhaps we may be fortunate. We have this consolation that our cause is just, and that our country will be grateful and not condemn our conduct in case we fall through. If so, this country, as well as Kentucky, I believe, is lost. The expresses that you have sent, I expect, have fallen into the hands of Governor Hamilton. Never were a few men better conducted or greater things effected by them. On February 7th, he commenced his desperate march of 240 miles across a wilderness filled with swollen streams, with a command of 130 men. So great were the difficulties of this celebrated march, that 16 days were consumed in making it. The country is flat, and heavy rains had flooded it. On February 17th, they reached the Embarrass River, at a point 9 miles from St. Vincent's. They had to cross this and the Wabash to reach their destination, and every foot of the way was covered with deep water. Finding it impossible to cross the Embarrass, they marched down its bank to the Wabash, at which point they were 10 miles from St. Vincent's, with the way still under water. They had hoped to meet their galley here, but were disappointed, and their provisions were exhausted. In writing to Colonel Mason of what followed, Clark says, "If I were sensible that you would let no person see this relation, I would give you a detail of our suffering for 4 days in crossing those waters, and the manner it was done, as I am sure that you would credit it. But it is too incredible for any person to believe except those that are as well acquainted with me as you are, or had experienced something similar to it." What he hesitated to relate is furnished in part by the journal of Captain Joseph Bowman, from which we extract the following. 18th February. At break of day heard Governor Hamilton's morning gun. Set off and marched down the river. Saw some fine land about 2 o'clock, came to the bank of the Wabash. Made rafts for 4 men to cross and go up to town and steal boats. But they spent day and night in the water to no purpose, for there was not 1 foot of dry land to be found. 19th, Captain McCarty's company set to making a canoe, and at 3 o'clock the 4 men returned after spending the night on some old logs in the water. The canoe finished, Captain McCarty with 3 of his men embarked in the canoe and made the 3rd attempt to steal boats, but he soon returned, having discovered 4 large fires about a league distant from our camp, which seemed to him to be the fires of whites and Indians. Immediately Colonel Clark sent 2 men in the canoe down to meet the bateau, with orders to come on day and night, that being our last hope and we starving. Many of the men much cast down, particularly the volunteers. No provisions of any sort now 2 days. Hard fortune. 20th, camp very quiet but hungry, some almost in despair. Many of the Creole volunteers talking of returning. Fell to making more canoes when, about 12 o'clock, our sentry on the river brought to a boat with 5 Frenchmen from the post, who told us we were not as yet discovered, that the inhabitants were well disposed towards us, etc. Captain Willing's brother, who was taken at the fort, had made his escape to us, and that one Madisonville with a party of Indians were then 7 days in pursuit of him, with much news, more news to our favor, such as repairs done the fort, the strength, etc., etc. They informed us of 2 canoes they had adrift some distance above us, ordered that Captain Worthington with a party go in search of them, returned late with 1 only. One of our men killed a deer which was brought into our camp. Very acceptable. 21st, at break of day began to ferry our men over in 2 canoes to a small hill called the Momib or Bubris. Captain Williams with 2 men went to look for a passage and were discovered by 2 men in a canoe, but could not fetch them too. The whole army being over, he thought to get to town that night, so plunged into the water sometimes to the neck, for more than 1 league. When we stopped on that next hill of the same name, there being no dry land on any side for many leagues, our pilots say we cannot get along, that it is impossible. The whole army being over, we encamped. Rain all this day, no provisions. 22nd, Colonel Clark encourages his men, which gave them great spirits, marched on in the waters. Those that were weak and famished from so much fatigue went in the canoes. We came 1 league farther, to some sugar camps, where we stayed all night. Heard the evening and morning guns from the fort. No provisions yet. Lord help us. 23rd, set off to cross the plain called Horseshoe Plain, about 4 miles long, all covered with water breast high. Here we expected some of our brave men must certainly perish, having frozen the night in so long fasting. Having no other resource but wading this plain, or rather lake, of waters, we plunged into it with courage, Colonel Clark being first, taking care to have the boats take those that were weak and numbed with cold into them. Never were men so animated with the thought of avenging the wrongs done to their back settlements as this small army was. About 1 o'clock we came in sight of the town. Clark sent a letter to the inhabitants of the town, asking them if friendly to keep their houses, and if unfriendly to repair to the fort, which he would attack at once. No resistance was made in the town, and the fort was taken so completely by surprise that the garrison did not realize that an enemy was near, until a man was wounded by a shot through a porthole. On the next day, February 24th, the fort surrendered after standing a constant firing for 20 hours. On the day following, Clark dispatched a force of 60 men up the river to intercept a party in charge of stores which Hamilton was expecting. They captured 40 men, among whom was Philip de Jaume, Grand Judge of the Detroit, and with them 7 boatloads of provisions and stores. On the 27th, the galley arrived with William Morris, the express from Williamsburg, who had been taken up on the way, and whose dispatches with the action of the assembly on hearing of Clark's first successes gave great joy. Clark now found himself with almost as many prisoners as he had men. He discharged the greater part of them on parole, holding the principal offices of those who had been in Indian raids. On March 7th, he sent Captain Williams with 24 men to the Falls of the Ohio, in charge of Lieutenant Hamilton, Major Hayes, Captain Lamoth, Monsieur Dejean, Lieutenant Shiflin, Dr. Macbeth, Francis McVille, Bill Fenelb, and 18 privates. These prisoners were to be forwarded to the governor. The atrocities of Hamilton had been so great that Hamilton, Dejean, and Lamoth were put in irons by way of retaliation, under an order of council June 16, 1779. Clark was eager to march at once upon Detroit, but he had so small a force and felt so sure that he would be better prepared later, when the battalion promised by the letter of Governor Henry and the recruits expected from Kentucky should arrive, that he determined to wait for them. He therefore contented himself with making treaties with the tribes near St. Vincent's, who had not previously been friendly, and on March 20th, 1779, set out for Kaskaskia by water with a guard of 80 men, leaving Captain Helm in command of the town. On his return, he found Captain Robert George had arrived with the company lately commanded by Captain James Willing, who had left Pittsburgh in January and proceeded down the river to New Orleans. Returning, they had captured Bayou Manchac and Natchez and laid waste the country adjacent. Captain Willing was from Philadelphia, and his men were probably all Pennsylvanians, some doubtless from the disrupted territory around Pittsburgh. They joined Clark after he had closed his brilliant campaign in the Illinois County, and therefore had no share in it, as had been sometimes claimed. Clark now gladly turned over to Colonel Todd the civil department of the country, and set to work preparing for an expedition against Detroit. He wrote to Colonel John Bowman, commanding the militia of Kentucky, and to Colonel Montgomery to join him with as little delay as possible with the men they had raised, and hearing that his trusty express, William Morris, had been killed by the Indians, he wrote a second letter to Governor Henry, dated April 29, 1779, giving the particulars of his recapture of St. Vincent's and stating his plans. This most interesting letter happily got to its destination, though after Governor Henry's term had expired, and has been preserved. But Clark was doomed to another bitter disappointment. Captain George was soon ordered to Pittsburgh and left him. Colonel Montgomery brought him only 150 men, and Colonel Bowman disappointed him altogether. Instead of marching to St. Vincent's as directed by Clark, he determined on an expedition against the Indian town at Old Chillicothe on the Miami. Finding himself opposed by the noted Simon Girty at the head of a considerable body of Indians, he deemed it best to retreat after having inflicted some injury on the enemy. On the retreat, he was overtaken and defeated in battle, and his men were so discouraged that no attempt was made to carry them to Clark. Detroit, in the meanwhile, had been greatly strengthened in expectation of an attack, and Clark was forced to let another season pass without attempting its capture. He, however, established a fort at the mouth of the Ohio, calling it Fort Jefferson. This expedition to the Illinois, sent out by Governor Henry, and so brilliantly conducted, won for Clark the title of the Hannibal of the West, in that genius which stops at no obstacle that nature may offer, and rises superior to every emergency. The Virginia soldier may well be compared to the Carthaginian, but in the results of their campaigns Clark is infinitely the advantage. Hannibal was forced to leave his conquest in Italy, to defend his own country against the foes he had infuriated, but not subdued, and the Roman cry, Carthago delenda est, which he aroused never ceased till Carthage was destroyed. Clark, on the contrary, secured a magnificent empire to his country. In remembering the men to whom Virginia was indebted for the success of this most important expedition, one name deserves the highest honor. It is that of Oliver Pollock, the agent of the state at New Orleans, who furnished the money which enabled Clark to complete and to hold his conquests. Pollock was born in Ireland, but emigrated to Carlisle, Pennsylvania when a young man, removing afterward to Cuba to engage in mercantile pursuits. He was drawn into intimate relations with Don Alexander O'Reilly, the Governor-General of the island. Upon the cession of Louisiana to Spain by France, he settled in New Orleans and soon accumulated a large fortune by his enterprise and skill as a merchant. His high character won for him the regard of the community, and when Don Bernardo de Galvez was appointed governor of Louisiana, he gave him his entire confidence. In June 1777, the Secret Committee of Congress appointed him commercial agent at New Orleans. Previous to this appointment, when Colonel Gibson visited that place in 1775, he rendered him all the aid in his power, and wrote the following letter by him to the President of the Committee of Safety of Virginia. Sir, this will be handed to you by Captain George Gibson, whom I have supplied with sundries, and to whom I beg leave to refer you for particulars, as I conceive myself to be too much interested in everything that concerns America, notwithstanding my present situation is remote from the scene of action, to let slip any opportunity of exerting my utmost endeavors for the good of the cause. Permit me, therefore, to make tender of my hearty services, and to assure you that my conduct shall be ever such as to merit confidence and approbation of that country, to which I owe everything but my birth. I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient and very humble servant, Oliver Pollock. To the Honorable the President of the Grand Council of Safety of the Colony of Virginia. Upon the receipt of this letter, he was requested to act as commercial agent for the state, and when Colonel Clark was sent northwest, he was authorized by Governor Henry to draw on him for the money he might need during the expedition. It was soon found by Clark that continental money was valueless in the country he was in, and he commenced making drafts on Pollock, which in a short while reached $52,161. These were met by him, though the state had been unable to supply him with the means. The tobacco upon which it relied as a basis of credit was blockaded in the Chesapeake, and was afterward destroyed by the British. Pollock, with the enthusiasm of his race, risked his entire fortune in his advances for Virginia and the United States, for which he was also agent, and before they could reimburse him, became greatly straitened in his circumstances. A report of German Baker and W. Alexander, commissioners appointed to settle the claims of Pollock against the state, was made December 18, 1785, in which the balance due was stated to be $92,321.03 and 1/2 in specie, including interest until December 1st, 1785. The commissioners recommend to the Assembly the consideration of the justice of remunerating him, in addition to paying this amount, for the damages sustained in the ruin of his fortune, and the distress to his family because of the protest of his bills drawn on Pennant and Company, commercial agents of the state in France, and in support of his meritorious claims they had. General Clark certifies in a letter to Mr. Pollock from New York that the advances made him by Mr. Pollock were very essential in enabling him to preserve the conquest he had made, and General Galvez Now, Viceroy of Mexico not only places Mr. Pollock in a very honorable point of view, but also points out in some measure how Mr. Pollock was enabled to make such considerable advances to this and to the United States. The name of Oliver Pollock must therefore be forever linked with that of George Rogers Clark in our grateful remembrance of those who secured us the Northwest. End of section 66. Section 67 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 24, Part 1. Governor of Virginia, second term, 1778. About the time that Clark was dispatched on his expedition, Governor Henry sent a company of men under Colonel David Rogers, the senator from West Augusta, on an expedition to the lower Mississippi, which, though meeting with final disaster, is worthy to be remembered. The occasion of this expedition is found in the following entry on the Executive Journal for October 18, 1777. The board, having received information that sundry stores which were requested some time ago by the Honorable Committee of Safety from the Court of Spain, have been sent from Havana to New Orleans, and are now stored there, and wait the orders of this state. They do advise the governor to give instructions to Raleigh Colston, Esquire, who is about to sail for Cape Francois, as agent for this state, to apply to the governor of New Orleans for the same, and send them here without loss of time. And the governor is further advised to write letters to the governors of Cuba and New Orleans, acknowledging the obligations the United States of America, and Virginia in particular, are under to his Catholic Majesty, for this mark of his goodwill towards them. And His Excellency having prepared letters accordingly, the same were read, approved of, and ordered to be recorded. This entry shows that Spain was secretly aiding Virginia before France recognized American independence. The goods were not sent to Virginia from New Orleans, as was expected, and on January 14, 1778, the following entry appears on the journal. His Excellency informed the Council that he had prevailed on Colonel David Rogers of the Senate to convey to the Governor of New Orleans, by way of the Mississippi, a letter which he was anxious to send, and laying the same before them, it was read approved of, and ordered to be recorded. His Excellency then laid before the Council the following instructions to Colonel Rogers, which were also approved of, viz. Colonel Rogers, you are to proceed without loss of time to engage a lieutenant, ensign, and 28 men on double pay, and with them you are to go to New Orleans with dispatches to the governor of that place. I expect some goods are to be sent from thence for this state, which you will take under your care, and safely convey home, with answers to my letters. General Hand will be desired to give you assistance as to the boats, etc., necessary for the trip. I desire to know the strength of the English possessions of Mississippi, and whether they supply the West Indies with any and what articles. The present state, temper, and condition of these people must be gathered by such means as will not endanger discovery. You are to consider of a proper place to fix a post at for facilitating and securing the trade to New Orleans, and consult the Spanish governor on it. Describe to that gentleman the real strength and situation of Virginia, the progress of the war, and what else he may wish to know of the American Confederacy. You are to convey my instructions to Colonel Clark, by which he is directed to escort you homeward, and you are to correspond with me, and let me know the upshot of this business as soon as possible. This letter shows the anxiety of Governor Henry to establish a military post which would command the lower Mississippi, and would enable the United States to secure the navigation of that river. Colonel Rogers raised the men needed for his hazardous undertaking and dropped them down the river to the mouth of the Arkansas, then called the Ozark. Running his boats up that river to the head of the backwater, he left most of them and proceeded with only 6 or 7 men to New Orleans. Here he found a British sloop of war in the port, the captain of which watched him so closely that it was impossible to accomplish the object of his mission at that time, although Don Bernard de Galvez, the governor, was very friendly to the United States. Sorely perplexed, Colonel Rogers determined to send Captain Robert Benham, who was with him, to the governor of Virginia for advice. To reach Virginia, he was obliged to traverse the vast tract of country on the west of the Mississippi, occupied by the Indians and Spaniards. Benham, with the heroism characteristic of the times, undertook the journey, subsisting much of the way on Indian corn, boiled in lye to save it from the weevil. He reached Kaskaskia in the spring of 1779, where he found Clark returned from his successful expedition against St. Vincent's. From here, he learned that Colonel Rogers had succeeded in evading the British and had brought his boats laden with goods up the river to the vicinity of the Ohio, where he was waiting under the orders from Clark for the result of the attack upon St. Vincent's. Captain Benham joined Colonel Rogers soon afterward at the falls of the Ohio, and they proceeded up that river for Pittsburgh. When they arrived at the sandbar above the present city of Cincinnati, they discovered some Indians on rafts and in canoes coming out of the mouth of the Little Miami, which was then swollen. Colonel Rogers ordered his men to land and attack them, supposing they were few in number. But the Virginians had proceeded but a short distance before they were surrounded by 5 times their number, and the command of about 100 men was almost completely annihilated, Colonel Rogers being left among the dead. Footnote: the Indians were commanded by the infamous Tory Simon Girty. End of footnote. One of the boats got away and with 2 men aboard returned to the falls, and in all some 9 or 10 men escaped. Among these was Captain Benham, whose experience was most thrilling. He broke through the enemy's line, but was soon after shot through the hips. Fortunately, a large tree had lately fallen near the spot where he fell, and with great pain he dragged himself into the top and concealed himself among the branches. The Indians, eager in pursuit of the others, passed him without notice, and by midnight all was quiet. On the next day, however, they returned to strip the dead and take charge of the boats. Benham, though in great pain and nearly famished, did not discover himself, but lay still till they had left the battlefield. On the evening of the 2nd day, seeing a raccoon descending a tree near him, he determined to fire at him, hoping in some way to reach him and make a meal. The report of his gun was answered by a human cry near him. Supposing it proceeded from an Indian, he hastily reloaded his gun and waited in silence his approach. Presently the same voice was heard again and again, and seemed to be approaching nearer. No response being made, the stranger uttered an exclamation of impatience and distress, which convinced Benham that he was a comrade. He replied, and soon they were together. The man, whose name was John Watson, was found to have both arms broken. The 2 men, one disabled in both legs and the other in both arms, subsisted for weeks till their wounds were healed. The one with sound arms killing game, and the one with sound legs kicking it to the spot where his companion could take and cook it, and also bringing water from the river in his hat held between his teeth. Late in November, these 2 brave men were rescued by passing boats and carried to the falls. Captain Benham lived to serve his country in many ways afterward, and before he died was the owner of the land on which the battle was fought, and a member of the legislature of the state of Ohio, which had been organized in a part of the wilderness he had aided in conquering from the savages. Footnote: this account of Rogers' expedition is taken from Butler's History of Kentucky, Chapter 7. End of footnote. The Indian depredations, though checked by Clark's expedition and his treaties with the tribes in the Illinois country, were not entirely prevented. The British at Detroit strove to recover their lost ground and continued to instigate attacks on the border. These Indian raids during the Revolution were often led by Tories, who were more savage than the Indians themselves. But Virginia was troubled by Tories other than those who joined the savage foe. In more than one county, they made disturbances and incited resistance to the laws. The most notable instance of such Tory lawlessness occurred in the counties of Norfolk and Princess Anne, where in the spring of 1777 a party of desperadoes, of whom Josiah Phillips, Livy Sykes, and John Ashley were principals, made insurrection and commenced to rob and murder the peaceful citizens. John Wilson, the county lieutenant of Norfolk County, at once apprised the executive of the facts, and on June 20th, 1777, the day his letter was received, Governor Henry issued his proclamation offering a reward of $150 for the arrest of any one of the principals, and his conveyance before a magistrate to be dealt with according to the law. The arrests were not effected, and the desperadoes continued their depredations, hiding themselves when pursued in the fastnesses of the Dismal Swamp. In the spring of 1778, Phillips, at the head of 50 men, appeared in Princess Anne and spread terror throughout the county by his atrocities. On being informed of this bold movement, Governor Henry issued his proclamation May 1st, 1778, offering a reward of $500 for Phillips dead or alive, and ordering 100 militia from the county of Nansemond to aid the county lieutenant of Princess Anne, Colonel Thomas R. Walker, in quelling the insurrection. Colonel John Wilson was also directed to render assistance. On May 20th, Colonel Wilson wrote a letter to the governor giving a most distressing account of affairs and of the failure to get a sufficient militia force embodied to successfully attack the outlaws. He urged the removal of the relations and friends of the band as the only means of getting rid of them and of establishing peace and security. Governor Henry at once ordered a company of regulars from the state troops to march to the scene of disturbance, and enclosed Colonel Wilson's letter of May 27th to the Assembly, then in session, stating the want of power in the executive to grant his request, and submitting the matter to the legislature. The House on the next day ordered a bill of attainder against Phillips and his associates to be prepared by a committee consisting of Messrs. Jefferson, Smith, and Tyler, and the bill was reported and read the first time the same day. On the 2 succeeding days, it was read the second and third time, and was passed. Phillips was arrested, but it was deemed best not to proceed against him under the Act. He was thereupon indicted and tried for robbery in the General Court. Edmund Randolph, the Attorney General prosecuting, was convicted and hung on December 4th, 1778. Afterward, both Governor Henry and the legislature were censured for this act, and by a strange forgetfulness, Edmund Randolph, on the floor of the Virginia Convention, June 16, 1788, if correctly reported, declared that Phillips had been executed under the Act of Attainder, and proceeded to censure the act in the severest terms. Governor Henry, in replying to him, seems to have also forgotten that Phillips was not executed under the act, and accepting Governor Randolph's statement as correct, he defended the legislature on the ground that a pirate, an outlaw, or a common enemy of mankind may be put to death at any time, and the act is justified by the laws of nature and of nations. Mr. Jefferson has also defended the passage of the acts in a letter to Girardin, the historian, March 12, 1815. Whatever blame may attach to the Assembly, though none seems to be deserved, Governor Henry cannot be censured for transmitting to the body the letter of Colonel Wilson, upon which they acted, and this seems to have been his only action in the matter. Among the burdens upon the executive during his second term was the necessary provision for the prisoners which were sent to Virginia by the order of Congress. Among these were the Hessians taken at Trenton, and the Quakers who were suspected of correspondence with the British, during the march of General Howe upon Philadelphia. So many of these prisoners were quartered at Winchester that it became necessary to scatter them among the adjoining counties, and their subsistence was a matter of grave concern in a state already trained to support the army in the field. End of section 67. Section 68 of Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patrick Henry Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry. Chapter 24, continued. The inhuman treatment by the British of the Virginia sailors who fell into their hands was firmly met by Governor Henry by an order issued September 12, 1777, directing the close confinement of the officers and men of the British ship Salt Bay, who had been taken prisoners, and a notification of the order to the British officer commanding on the Virginia coast. This had the desired effect. The executive of Virginia was not exempt from the annoyance to the American authorities caused by the crowd of foreign officers, many mere adventurers who sought our shores. Most of these came with engagements indiscreetly entered into with them by Silas Deane, representing Congress in Europe. The correspondence of Governor Henry shows that he soon distinguished the meritorious from the incompetent when they sought Virginia service. Among these foreign officers, one name stands out preeminent. It is that of the chivalrous Marquis de Lafayette. At the age of 19, he became so enamored with the cause of America that he left his young bride and the enjoyment of his ample fortune to offer his sword, without reward, to the struggling republics. Received with great cordiality by Congress and the Commander-in-Chief, he soon had an opportunity of displaying his gallantry at the Battle of Brandywine, where he was wounded fighting as a volunteer. He was rewarded by a command of Virginia troops. A kind mention of him by Governor Henry in a letter to General Washington, enclosing some mail from France, caused the Marquis to write directly to the governor on January 3, 1778. At once there sprung up a lifelong friendship between the two, each having the greatest admiration for the other. The governor named his son after the noble Frenchman, and the name continues among his descendants to the present day. It is interesting to note the impression made on the governor by another Frenchman, Captain Cotonou, afterward the distinguished and trusted officer of Commodore Paul Jones. In a letter of May 28, 1778, to Richard H. Lee, he says of him, "He seems to possess discernment and enterprise. I like much his scheme of attacking our foes in Africa. 'Tis plausible and bids fair for success. Remember how Goree was taken." Footnote: a small island near Cape Verde, on the African coast, which, though a place of great strength, had been captured from the French by the English. End of footnote. I think a 20-gun ship of this state might aid the attempt. Will it not distract their attention profitably? I long for something of the eclat that would attend such an enterprise. However, listen to the captain yourself and judge. This extract indicates very plainly what would have been the character of Governor Henry as a soldier, and gives assurance that he would have displayed the same boldness and brilliancy in the camp as in the forum. The military caution of the governor was displayed by his order that Yorktown be fortified so as to afford protection to the ships of the French men of war, as well as merchantmen that might come to Virginia. This fortification no doubt led to its occupation by Cornwallis afterward. The effort of the governor to procure from abroad munitions of war and loans of money for the state was continued during this term. On December 29, 1777, he directed William Lee, the agent of the state at Nantes, to procure as soon as possible 20,000 stand of good arms for the use of the militia to be paid for in tobacco. Finding difficulty in purchasing with this commodity from the delay in its delivery, On April 9, 1778, he directed him to borrow of his most Christian Majesty, or any other person, any sum not exceeding 2,000,000 livres for that purpose. And on May 19, 1778, he directed him to purchase the proper cannon, mortars, and howitzers for the fortification of Yorktown. The fleet of the enemy had almost destroyed the trade of Virginia, and to protect it, Governor Henry stationed 3 galleys, all the vessels he could command for the purpose, between the capes. On April 10th, he wrote an urgent letter to the governor of Maryland asking for assistance. The letter shows the straits to which the Virginia trade had been reduced. On January 14, 1778, James Madison took his seat as a member of the Privy Council, and all accounts agree as to the high appreciation of his services by the governor. But the statement made by his biographer, upon the testimony of Mr. Jefferson, that his skill in foreign languages and readiness with his pen caused him to be so useful as an interpreter, and in preparing papers for the governor, that he bore with many the title of secretary, as well as counselor of state, must be incorrect. The governor reported to the Assembly, May 13, 1778, that the council were not accurately acquainted with the French tongue, and the Journal of March 26, 1778, records that, the board having experienced very great inconvenience for some time past, from the want of a faithful and capable person to act as secretary and interpreter of the French and other foreign languages, and it being evident from our growing communication with foreigners that the want will be attended with greater difficulties in future, they advised the governor to appoint Mr. Charles Bellini to the office of interpreter and secretary for foreign communications, and to apply to the next assembly to make the office permanent, which was done. As to the preparation of Mr. Madison of the papers issued by Governor Henry, a comparison of the papers during his service as counselor with those of the other years of Mr. Henry's service will demonstrate that there is nothing to show that they were by different hands. Among the acts of assembly during the second term of Governor Henry, which should be noticed, were those for sequestrating British property and enabling Virginia debtors to pay their duties to British creditors into the state treasury, for establishing a high court of chancery and a general court, and for ratifying the Articles of Confederation. The journal contains painful evidence of the continued ill health of Governor Henry during his term. On September 15, 1777, he informed the council that the state of his health required his retiring for some time into the country, and he did not sit at the council board again till September 29th. Again, on June 2nd, 1778, the governor's indisposition is noted, and between these dates there were other absences, some of which doubtless were attributable to the same cause. On October 9, 1777, he married Dorothea Dandridge, a daughter of Nathaniel West Dandridge and of Dorothea Spotswood, a daughter of the royal governor, Alexander Spotswood. Through her father she was descended from Captain John West, president of the council in 1635, a brother of Lord Delaware and a cousin of the Earl of Essex, the unfortunate favorite of the whimsical Elizabeth. She was much younger than her husband and survived him for many years. At the time of his second marriage, Governor Henry owned, besides his farm in Hanover, 2 small tracts in Bogotort and 10,000 acres in Kentucky. He was the master of 30 slaves and received 12 in addition as his wife's marriage portion. Soon afterward, he sold his Scotchtown place in Hanover to Wilson Miles Carey, whose farm near the bay had been taken for a smallpox camp for the Virginia troops. In May 1778, he bought of Thomas Lomax a 3/5 undivided interest in a tract of 16,650 acres on Leatherwood Creek in Henry, which county had been cut off from the Pennsylvania and named after him at the session of October 1776. Footnote: it is a striking incident that the county named after the great English orator should have been divided, and a part named after the great American orator. End of footnote. This purchase is referred to by Mr. Jefferson in his communication to Mr. Wirt. After mentioning Mr. Henry's practice in the general court, he adds, he now purchased from Mr. Lomax the valuable estate on the waters of Smith's River, to which he afterward removed. The purchase was on long credit, and finally paid in depreciated money, not worth oak leaves. This statement, so plainly derogatory of Governor Henry, is without foundation, except as to the facts of purchase and subsequent residence. The title of Mr. Lomax was disputed, and to establish this and obtain partition of the lands, he instituted a suit in the High Court of Chancery. The answer of Governor Henry in this suit, sworn to on June 18, 1782, states that he fully paid for his purchase by parting with other lands of equal value, in his opinion, for the purpose of raising the money, having given a shorter credit for the land sold by him than what was allowed him in his purchase, that the payments might be punctually made. From the answer of his widow to a bill filed to wind up his estate after Governor Henry's death, it is learned that this purchase was in 1778, and for the sum of £5,000. His private papers corroborate this, and show the payments to be as follows. 1778, May 30th, 5 half Joannies at 46 each, £18. 1778, October 23rd, cash, £500. 1778, October, bond due December 1st, 1778, £1,482. 1778, October, bond due December 1st, 1779, £3,000, for a total of £5,000. The bond for £1,482 is simply endorsed, contents received, without date to the endorsement, and was very certainly paid at or about maturity, as the last bond was paid on the day of its maturity by a tobacco note for £10,000 of tobacco, which were delivered a short while afterward. Footnote. The settlement of this last bond is shown by an account rendered by Walter Coles, who made it. The writer has the receipts for the 2 cash payments and the first bond. End of footnote. This last bond would not have been paid had the other been still due. The land sold to meet these payments were the 2 tracts in Bouldertord at £3,500 and 5,000 acres in Kentucky at £1,500. This last was sold to his brother-in-law, Thomas Madison. Colonel William Christian made these sales for him, as appears by his account, rendered April 7, 1780. When the purchase was made, paper money had depreciated till it was worth only 1/5 of specie, and that it would further depreciate was apparent, so that the price was fixed with reference to this fact. When the payment of £500 was made in October, the depreciation was no greater than in May. In December 1778, it was 1/6, and in December 1779, it had increased to 1/40 of specie. Footnote. Seals of depreciation used in the Auditor's Office of Virginia during the Revolution. 1777, January, 1½ February, 1½ March, 2, April, 2½ May, 2½ June, 2½ July, 3, August, 3, September, 3, October, 3, November, 3, December, 4. 1778, January 4, February 5, March 5, April 5, May 5, June 5, July 5, August 5, September 5, October 5, November 6, December 6. 1779, January 8, February 10, March 10, April 16, May 20, June 20, July 21, August 22, September 24, October 28, November 36, December 40. 1780, January 42, February 45, March 50, April 60, May 60, June 65, July 65, August 70, September 72, October 73, November 74, December 75, 1781, January 75, February 80, March 90, April 100, May 150, June 250, July 400, August 500, September 600, October 700, November 800, December 1000. End of footnote. The price of the tobacco notes then used was not over 1/20th of the old price. It thus appears that Governor Henry bought the Leatherwood lands for paper money when it was greatly depreciated, paid for them entirely within 19 months, using tobacco notes worth about double paper money for more than half the purchase, and selling other lands of equal value after his purchase to meet his payments. His conduct in the matter is therefore without reproach, and Mr. Lomax so considered it, as he gave him a deed and asked the court in his bill to set off to him his full purchase. On May 29, 1778, a message was sent by the Senate informing the House that Patrick Henry was the only person nominated for the office of governor for the ensuing year, and proposing that he be appointed without ballot, whereupon it was resolved unanimously that His Excellency Patrick Henry, Esquire, be appointed governor or chief magistrate of the Commonwealth for 1 year, to commence from the expiration of the term for which he was last appointed, and it was ordered that Mr. Jefferson do carry the said resolution to the Senate, and desired their concurrence. This was done, and upon the announcement of the concurrence of the Senate, Mr. Jefferson was appointed chairman of the House Committee to communicate his re-election to Governor Henry. On May 30th, he reported the following reply: Gentlemen, the General Assembly, in again electing me governor of this Commonwealth, have done me very signal honor. I trust that their confidence thus continued in me will not be misplaced. I beg you will be pleased, gentlemen, to present me to the General Assembly in terms of grateful acknowledgment for this fresh instance of their favor toward me, and to assure them that my best endeavor shall be used to promote the public good in that station to which they have once more been pleased to call me. As it is usual to impose upon the member making the nomination the offices performed by Mr. Jefferson on this occasion, it may be safely concluded that he put Governor Henry in nomination. But, however this may be, his action, as shown by the Journal, proves that Mr. Jefferson did not believe Governor Henry had been guilty of complicity in any previous scheme to establish a dictatorship, so strongly denounced by him soon afterward in his notes on Virginia. End of section 68. End of Patrick Henry, Life Correspondence and Speeches by William Wirt Henry, Volume 1.